Executive.mp4, territory, a treaty signed with 35 First Nations across southern Saskatchewan and parts of Alberta, Manitoba, and the original lands of the Cree, Saulteaux, Dakota, Nakota, Lakota, and on the homeland of the Métis Nation. The City of Regina owes its strength and vibrancy to these lands and the diverse Indigenous peoples whose ancestors' footsteps have marked this territory, as well as settlers from around the world who continue to be welcomed here and call Regina home. Some members of committee and city administration are attending the meeting today through video conferencing. I would like to remind those members of the following. Please ensure your video camera and microphone are turned off. If a member of committee wishes to speak, use the raise hand function to be placed into a speaking queue. When speaking, please remember to unmute your microphone and enable your video camera, and all votes will be conducted with a recorded vote. Reports recommended for consideration by City Council will be considered at its meeting scheduled for next Wednesday, July 13th, and the deadline to register as a delegation for City Council meeting is 1 p.m. tomorrow, July 7th. So I'd like to call the meeting to order, and just a little bit of information. We are going to consider the three items, the EX 22, 80, 81, and 82 all together, as they are all connected. And what we will have, we have two delegations to speak to the Aquatic Center, and as well, we will then open it up for questions to administration after all of that. So, and the city clerk is here to guide us if there's any other questions. So can I have someone please move a motion to approve the agenda at the call of the chair? Thank you, Councillor Shaw. I'll call the question. Anyone opposed? Seeing none, that's carried. Can I have someone please move a motion to adopt the minutes of the meeting held on June 22nd, 2022? Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. Any errors or omissions? Seeing none, any opposed? It's carried. Thank you. So can I ask Jim Nickel from administration to introduce the items EX 22, 80, 81, and 82. And 3. Go ahead.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. As you outlined in your opening remarks, we have a full agenda today, and I am excited to introduce these three major recreation infrastructure projects that are being considered for the city center, those being the multi-purpose arena, the indoor aquatics facility, and the baseball stadium, as outlined in the reports you cited earlier. These three projects could be seen as catalyst projects that could revitalize our downtown, spur economic growth and development, and improve the quality of life for all Regina residents as well as visitors for generations to come. They are intended to deliver on the city's priorities to create economic prosperity, ensure environmental sustainability, and build a vibrant and connected community. The reports before you today primarily looked at needs and in some cases feasibility, and are not asking for council's approval at this stage. Funding for these projects is also not being requested at this time. The city, Regina Exhibition Association Limited, and the committees involved in these reports are working in a coordinated and collaborative fashion with each other. And we are purposely bringing forward all three reports today so that you can have a unified discussion to ensure that these projects are not considered in isolation. But the next steps will be determined by you as members of council. The first report today is the Arena Planning Strategy Committee's development update. And with that, I would call upon Mr. Tim Reed, the CEO of REAL, to come forward to make a presentation.
Thank you. Welcome, Mr. Reed. Perfect, yeah, thank you. So we know who you are, but you can just state your name and who you represent.
Absolutely. My name is Tim Reed. I have the privilege of being the president and CEO with the Regina Exhibition Association Limited, and I'm a resident of Regina, north of Dudney.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Thanks so much for the opportunity, and as we load up this presentation, I do want to echo a couple of the comments that were shared by Mr. Nickel. I believe today is the final stage of answering a question that the public had asked us almost 3 years ago, a question that you as council had asked us almost 2 years ago. And that question was, what should we do with the Brand Centre? But a year ago, we came back to you and we suggested that we should replace the Brand Centre in the long-term strategy for the city. And you asked us a number of other questions. Today, I believe this is the next stage in that process. Following your traditional planning process, which considers the definition of need, we believe we did that in phase 1 of this report. This is really the review of feasibility. And ultimately, beyond that, as Mr. Nichols suggested, comes prioritization and ultimately implementation. However, we do believe that the presentation you'll receive today will answer the questions that you've had for us and will answer the question of feasibility. We also believe that this is not a spending document, this is a planning document. All too often we find ourselves in a situation where you are forced to make a decision. The reality of it is the Brand Centre is one of the most well-functioning and highest performing mid-sized arenas in this country. It generates credible use from an entertainment perspective, from a hockey perspective, from a mixed use perspective. Generates almost $900,000 a year in earnings, far exceeding some of the more modern facilities in our country. However, it was built in 1975, it opened in 1977, and it simply isn't getting any younger. Now, you don't have to make a decision today on what to do with the Brand Centre, but the reality of it is at some point you will need to make a decision. And our hope is to make sure that this is a planned decision and not one that is rushed. I do want to confirm for council that I'm representing the Regina Exhibition Association Limited. However, the process to get here flowed through an arena working committee that represented a number of community members that volunteered their time. Some are here in the audience today. We considered 5 locations for the possible development of a new mid-sized multi-purpose facility. What I can confirm is all 5 of these locations would work. So although we're recommending a location to you today, if there was a decision on behalf of council to explore an alternative, it would work in the terms of operating a 10,000-seat mixed-use facility. Why are we here today? As I stated, we're here today to answer the question of what should we do with the Brand Centre that you asked of us. But 2 years ago when you asked us that question, we were unable to answer. Today, I believe we're very clear on what you should do with the Brand Centre. I think what has to be decided from this point on is when. Ultimately, our hope is that you'll receive this, you'll include this in your civic planning duties, and ultimately provide some feedback on the timelines and the priorities around their use and repurposing of the Brand Centre. From an overarching standpoint, we do believe that the Brand Centre remains a valuable civic asset in our community. It's the home of the Regina Pats, it's the home of the Maple Leaf Finals Rodeo and Canadian Western Agribition. It's also the home of between 15 and 20 concerts a year. Some of community gatherings, such as Remembrance Days. It is important within our community. Ultimately, as an organization, it's not an investment that owes us anything. It was built for $7.7 million, and as you receive the next presentation today, I'm sure you'll find that $7.7 million was the best investment we ever could have possibly made, because it seems like everything now is $100 or $150 million. If there's anything that you could probably take away from that comment, is today is always the cheapest day to build. Tomorrow will always be more expensive. And that's why planning, particularly around large civic investments, is so important. The building today was built for $7.7 million, in which today's equivalent dollars represents about $33 million. However, if you wanted to build the structure that was the Brand Centre today, it would cost you roughly $85 million to build it tomorrow. It is a valuable civic infrastructure. The reality of it is not a great facility as a mid-sized multi-purpose event center that competes on a national stage, but it's still a great building. It's just small, the service offerings are tight, and it doesn't compete with the new national standard. But that doesn't mean that the building doesn't have future use. We believe the plan around the Brand Centre is being submitted to you in a wholesome format. And I'll try to be relatively quick because I know that you've received the document. Along with this presentation today is a 197-page document, which I'm sure you all enjoyed reading because it was a very light read. But I do believe the details that you need should be within there. We want to recognize that the members of this committee dedicated their time on a voluntary basis. Most of them have been engaged for over 2 years, and we want to thank them for their commitment of time and energy. They all had a role to play in this recommendation, and I can confirm that it was a unanimous decision of this committee. It was a unanimous decision of the Board of Directors at REAL that is presenting this to you today. Our partners on this journey were TBD Architecture and Urban Planning, which was our design consultant. PCL Construction supported us on the constructability and the cost analysis. Economic Development Regina and Praxis Consulting supported us on the economic impact assessments. And KGS Group was our engineer that supported us on the engineering discussions. We had a wonderful team. They provided valuable information. Overall, the goals for this process were quite clear, and they were really driven by you. I want to talk about some of those goals right now. You asked us to develop a detailed replacement strategy for the Brandt Centre, a repurposing strategy that would allow us to embrace that facility for the future. With that, you asked us to come up with a short-term maintenance plan. You asked us to come up with site selection around the location for a new proposed facility. In addition to that, you asked us to provide an overview of how this facility would coordinate and synergize with other possible catalyst infrastructure developments in the city. The discussion around catalyst infrastructure projects, we were able to highlight a number. There were some on the right-hand side, such as the Saskatchewan Drive, City Dewdney Avenue project that we were able to receive updates from your team, and we were appreciative to do so. That being said, although we thought they were important investments, we really focused on 5 catalyst projects: the Regina Main Library Branch, the FC Regina Synthetic Field, the Aquatic Facility, the Synthetic Baseball Facility, and the mid-sized multi-purpose event center. In each of those scenarios, we've offered a summary of our discussions with those partners, which suggested that the primary locations were as follows. The library was quite clear that the future of the library must end up in the downtown core. In fact, it must end up on their existing location, was the perspective that they shared. FC Regina Synthetic Field wanted to be developed at the Real District. However, there were some thoughts about the cost efficiencies of pairing it with a baseball facility. The aquatics facility, the primary location at the time, was the Lawson, adjacent to the Lawson. However, there was some discussion about the possibility of it at the Yards as well. The baseball synthetic park, the primary location was at the Yards. However, there was a secondary option that was discussed at Taylor Field. And lastly, the sense was that the new mid-sized multi-purpose event center should end up in the downtown core, although there was always an option to consider that for development at Real. Ultimately, the committee made its decision based on these 5 criteria, and I think this is of critical importance. You'll notice the weighting on the left-hand side. 70% of the score was based on placemaking and social impact and financial opportunity. There's a small definition there, but the reality of it is the committee felt that this had to be a transformation project for our city. This was not simply about replacing an arena with a new arena. This was about replacing an aging piece of civic infrastructure with something that would offer a transformational and generational opportunity within our community. 70% of the weighting was between placemaking, social impact, and financial opportunity, which ultimately directed the outcomes that we have. ECT and the impact of the visitor economy and hosting, constructability, and operational functionality were the additional items. That being said, the location had to drive significant financial opportunity, and it had to drive impact in our greater city perspective. The committee researched best practices across North America and really across the globe, and this table highlights some of the thoughts that should be included. Nothing there that I would suggest would be a surprise. The concept of multimodal transportation, additional ancillary opportunities, hotels, restaurants, bars, connectivity to business, parking infrastructure, all of the things that you would expect. One of the big takeaways from this was, however, the need for public gathering space adjacent to this type of facility. Ultimately, there were 5 sites that were shown, that were discussed, and all of them were built to the same standard and the same analytics. Although on the cover of this document, you'll see a handful of pretty pictures, we've purposely excluded any of the downtown locations. I can confirm for you as council once again that all 5 sites would work for the proposed mixed-use development. With that being said, we are only showing in detail 2 of the sites today because there is risk around land speculation. And the reality of it is not all the sites that we're proposing downtown are owned by you as the city. In fact, none of them are completely owned by you as the city. So there would need to be land assembly. However, all 5 sites would work for the proposed facility. First property that we looked at was site number 1, which would be in detail in your document, is the one that has the fewest buildings and the lowest cost of assembly. That's $16 million worth of land assembly, and it doesn't have a significant impact on some of the existing buildings. Gross economic output is about $115 million, and ultimately there's about 490 employment opportunities around it. Downtown site number 2 actually has the highest acquisition cost of the 3 sites that we propose, with a cost of almost $35 million in land assembly, has multiple owners and a more complex land assembly discussion that would be required. Gross economic output is just under 120 million, and the employment opportunity is slightly over 500. The yard site, and you'll notice that we've shown some schematics because we don't believe that this is any risk. We do believe the assembly of the yard site allows for a mid-size multi-purpose event center. It allows for the development of commercial retail units. It also suggests the need for connectivity with the bridge infrastructure from the north side of the tracks to the south. One of the components that became quite evident in this discussion was, although there is ample parking in the downtown core, walking around Broad Street or walking around Albert would simply create a walking distance that was too significant for a winter city. And so one of the takeaways for the committee was this site would need to include the investment in bridge infrastructure to cross the tracks. Ultimately, we recognize that that's proposed in some of the plans currently around the yards and within the federal grant monies that are available. That being said, as I'm sure administration can speak to, the cost of that bridge in our initial analysis was easily $20 to $30 million. So it is not an inexpensive piece of infrastructure. You'll recognize that there is an opportunity for additional tax opportunity and tax incentivification, but most importantly, we could build out the yards using this as a catalyst facility. Overall, there's about $150 million of gross economic output. I want to highlight the fact that part of that is because we have to build a $20 to $30 million bridge. And so the number goes up because we have to spend more. That being said, it is a quality site that does create significant employment within the community. Overall, the real site would be site number 4. The thought is it would replace some of the aging infrastructure that's in place. It would tie into the Viterra International Trade Center and offer a winter garden experience similar to other facilities. It would adjoin with some of the commercial retail properties that are happening along the Louvain, and it would tie into the future hotel that we believe will be up in a couple years. It does fit. It does bookend Mosaic Stadium, and it does build out the Real District as an entertainment hub. The highlight of this site that I think is of critical importance to note is of the 10 acres of land that are available for development at Real, 8 of those acres are currently leased and in the process of going into construction. Only 2 of them are available. One of the downsides to the Real development is this, although it fits and complements the existing infrastructure, it does not generate new tax base and new private investment around it, because the reality of it is most of that is being developed today. Ultimately, the Real District generates a significant economic output. Part of that is the concept around a partnership parkade that would service the hospital as well as this facility. Ultimately, employment is quite high, and the land would be the easiest to assemble and the easiest to construct because we know what's there. Downtown location number 5 and the recommended location is recommended for a number of reasons. Ultimately, its gross economic output is not the highest, but it is significant. It's comparable to the others. It does not require investment in parkades, hotels, bridges. However, the site will require assembly. The site assembly is about $24 million. It's not insignificant. However, we can confirm that you, as the city, do own a significant portion of that site. Ultimately, the committee went through a process where it went from 5 sites to 3. It held the downtown location, stated as number 5, held the Real location, and it held the yards. We also had a discussion on price escalation. Of one of the components that we felt is important to share with you is that our cost forecast suggested anywhere between 20 and 30% price escalation should not be a surprise when discussing major capital infrastructure projects over the next 3 years. They additionally shared the feedback that we should not expect that would reset itself to 2019 or 2020 rates. The cost escalation that we're seeing is likely here to stay. It may plateau or level out, but we should expect significant cost of construction escalation on the horizon. Our economic impact assessment was done in partnership between Praxis Consulting as well as Economic Development Regina. Overall, most of the sites were quite comparable. The building will program between 100 and 125 days a year. It considers a 10,000-seat arena, generates 81 FTEs in a year, an employment opportunity of about 5.2 million. Ultimately, what I would suggest is this is a relative ratio to the existing Brand Center. It's simply a bigger building and a little bit more programming, which would carry through. It does generate about 20,000 room nights for a hotel sector. Not all of those are incremental. Some of those are over and above the Brand Center. Reality of this is it grows the existing operations of the Brand Center and continues it to be competitive for the next 40 or 50 years. This is a piece that I think is foundational to the decision making. One of the takeaways that the committee recognized in best practice and learnings across other cities is traditionally there is a 3 to 15% impact on property values within a 1 kilometer radius of a new catalyst infrastructure being installed. Now, although in some major cities that number may hit 15%, it was our sense that we would likely be closer to the 3 to 5%, given the density and the growth that we project in our city. But you'll note that the current property values, commercial and residential, the greatest opportunity is always in our locations with the most density. I don't think there is anything surprising with that. If you were to draw a map over the city and put an arena wherever you think you want to put it, wherever we have the largest tax base and the most density is probably the one that's going to have the most impact. One of the takeaways from this that I think is important is this was foundational to the decision making of the committee. One of the recommendations is for every dollar of public investment, it has to create an equal dollar of private investment associated with it. It's for that reason that the downtown locations, as you'll see, provide the most economic win long term. One of the discussions that the committee had was scenario 1 that is shared is a pure circle around the existing facility. Scenario 2 that's proposed was a discussion that considered that the railway tracks would be an encumbrance to that tax lift. Essentially, the railway tracks that are on North of Sask Drive would be a hard edge, and so we stopped the circle essentially, and you'll see that in your document. Scenario 2 proposes the impact of that tax not being a radius or in a circle. It essentially takes in the hard edge, which would be the railway tracks, into that consideration. The committee felt that scenario 2 was likely the most appropriate evaluation, and that ultimately we should focus on that 3 to 5% lift, not the 7 to 15. Overall, the modeling in the facility suggests 100 days of use. It does require that we'll continue with the WHL hockey team as a major tenant or an alternative hockey team, a lacrosse opportunity, and a basketball opportunity. Major concerts, mid-sized concerts, small concerts will continue, slightly increased, and ultimately will continue the ability to host our exhibition events, our major annual events that we would see in that building. It does consider one major national hosting opportunity each year, which would be consistent with what we see today. Overall, it's a building that should generate just under $2 million in earnings. And so the reality of that is with a building that will be $100 to $120 million, it's not likely that you will pay for this facility based on operating return. Incremental tax lift, as we recognize, we think there is an opportunity. But one of the comments that other cities quite often use is we're going to pay for this facility using the incremental tax lift. As you'll note within these numbers, given the fact that on a low end, we see $1 million of incremental tax lift, and on a high end, it could hit 3 or 4. Our best assumption is that the incremental tax lift, given this facility and $120 million of private investment, likely sits somewhere around $1.5 to $2 million a year. Although that may be an element of the funding model that will pay for this, it does highlight that we are not going to pay for this development using incremental tax growth in the future. It may pay for some, but it certainly will not pay for all of it. And I think that's an important note for you as council. Other cities quite often say we're going to pay for this with our TIF or our CRL. We don't believe that that will be reasonable in our case. Ultimately, you asked us a handful of questions and we wanted to answer them. What should you do with the future of the Brand Center? The future of the Brand Center should be repurposed as a recreational facility or an agricultural facility. We've provided a low end and a more elaborate opportunity, but in each case, we believe this should be recommended to the Regina Exhibition Association so that they can work it into their long-term plans. The recreation component suggests hardwood opportunities that would service basketball, volleyball, pickleball, fitness users, walking track. It'd be complementary to the amenities that are on site today, as well as complementary to the amenities that are at the Lawson today and in the future. The agricultural suggestion is the concept of a clustering of ag innovation and ag startup, using the slab surface and the roof height to allow new inventions and new equipment to be developed on site, creating a true hub for ag innovation within our city, both of which we felt fit within the greater plans of the city and also offered an opportunity for the future of that building. We do recognize there's an opportunity around sustainability In 1977, when the building opened, I'm sure we had a deal on orange siding, which is why it's the way it is. But the reality of it is we do have a lot of roof space, and we can actually probably upgrade it to be way more efficient than it is. We've highlighted some options that we believe could exist to support the development towards 2050. We did host a number of conversations around public engagement. I want to highlight some of the takeaways that are important, I think, for the public to recognize. First round of engagement delivered just under 5,800 responses. The second round included just about 2,500 public survey responses. In short, I would say the engagement was strong around this facility. Open house engagements had 165 people in attendance for about a 1-hour presentation, and we met with 29 stakeholder groups to have a conversation about this project. Takeaways of note: 90% of the respondents in Regina feel that having a competitive mid-sized multi-purpose event center is important to our city. 74% think that the Brand Center is an important asset. 68% believe that this should become a development priority within our city. The note that I want to provide is all of this is quite positive when you consider this development. However, 67% of all respondents to this survey were active users of the Brand Center. Short answer is, if you cared about the Brand Center, you participated in the survey. If you didn't really care about the Brand Center, maybe you used your time somewhere else. And so I do want to note that I think this is particular to those that are active users. But if you're a user of the Brand Center, you care about the building and you care about that amenity in our city. Ultimately, from an outcomes and deliverables standpoint, you asked us to deliver a handful of things. The first thing that you asked us to deliver was to find a future for the Brand Center. You asked us to find a maintenance strategy for the Brand Center. You asked us to consider how this would cluster with other facilities. We believe that we've done all that, and I wanted to summarize today. Future of the Brand Center should be replaced. It shouldn't be torn down, and it shouldn't happen slowly. If you do decide to build a new facility, you should replace the Brand Center. Ultimately, it should be replaced for recreational use or for agricultural use. The value for money in that facility is exceptional. It's 100,000 square feet. It was built for $7.7 million. You'll note that the costs of repurposing it are somewhere between $4 and $15 million. At a square foot value, that will still be the best money for value that we invest. We do believe that the event center should find its way to a downtown core. We believe that the new multi-purpose event center should be developed to support 10,000 seats in a maximum configuration. Programming model should consider between 100 and 120 days of use a year, and it should generate between $1.8 and $2 million in annual earnings. I want to highlight the 120 to 120 days of use because it's important to recognize that this is not an NHL building. It will not program 200 and 250 days a year. It's a big building that will take up 4 acres of land, and when it's dark, it has hard edges. And so when it's not active, we have to consider how it programs for the greater downtown city. That doesn't mean that there won't be hockey practices and figure skating events happening there. But for 2/3 of the year, this building will be dark. It's not recognized at the existing rail complex because it's surrounded by other programmed opportunities. It is a note that I think council should recognize. Ultimately, we believe that the recommendation of this, out of the 5 recommendations that exist, location number 5 should be considered for the future of the Brand Center. The question that always comes up and is highlighted in the public survey is when we ask the public, where do you want to put a new facility? The first location was Real, the second location was the Yards, the last location was downtown. Only 10% of the 8,000 people that participated felt that we should build an arena downtown. That's not abnormal to our city. It's quite common in the practice of anybody that looks at downtown development around arena projects. Reality of it is there's 5,200 parking stalls downtown. 2,000 of them that are surface parking that I know you talk about a lot as council, and 3,000 of them that are parkade structures. This does give a secondary opportunity for parking investments and earnings. Like other cities, there's a daytime use for business, there's an evening use for events. There is more parking downtown that exists currently at Real. And I can tell you, in the evening downtown, there is less activity downtown than currently exists at Real. And so for anybody that's upset about parking, we firmly believe that yes, this will be a change, but your parking availability downtown will be better than it is today at the Exhibition Association, particularly when we're in busy hockey seasons. I want to talk about your other catalyst projects, and I know that many of them are here to present today, and some of this may be outdated given some of the presentation timelines. Ultimately, the mid-sized multipurpose event center should cost you between $100 and $120 million to build. It should represent about 380,000 square feet. Central Library represents about $125 to $150 million of investment and should be about 150,000 square feet. The Aquatic Center is somewhere between $120 and $160 million of investment and represents just under 100,000 square feet. The synthetic mid-sized soccer facility, somewhere between $8 to $12 million and represents 2,500 to 5,000 seats. Synthetic baseball facility that was proposed, somewhere between $15 and $23 million and sits between 2,500 and 4,000 seats. I've highlighted some of the other major infrastructure projects on the other side. One of the pieces that we would note is there was numerous discussions around mixed court space and how do we provide space long-term for volleyball, basketball, pickleball, badminton, tennis sports. There wasn't a plan around this in the future. Brandt Center likely will not fulfill all of this in a repurposed position, but it will fulfill some of it. One of the notes that we wanted to leave you with this council is as we started to look at the best practices in other cities, there was a sense that you build your districts or your clusters with purposeful distances between them. The best example that we took, although it's a different city, was from Columbus, where they made the decision that every 600 to 700 meters, they would program along a track. If you think about our city and how we are assembled, if there is support for the decision to invest in a new multi-purpose mid-size event center in the downtown core, we start to pull the Dudney experience south towards one of our active nodes in the city, which is Wascana Park. If you think about the districts that we have for consideration as you explore these catalyst projects today, the real district is assembled today. The Taylor Field District is an opportunity for the future. The Yards District is an opportunity for the future, and downtown is an opportunity for today. But if we build each of them, the walk time between each of those elements is somewhere between 9 and 13 minutes. And so what you will note in our presentation is the committee was quite purposeful in their recommendations, that if an arena is to be built downtown and that recommendation is accepted, that we should focus on the continued clustering of recreational amenities at Real. We should build recreational amenities adjacent to Real at the Lawson, and we should consider the pairing of the soccer and baseball amenities. We should explore the possibility of an aquatic center at the Yards as a catalyst project as part of a demonstration green development on that site. And downtown, we should start pull the experience of downtown closer to Wascana Park, and we should consider activations that bring us to that park. We should also recognize that to the west edge of our city, we have a magnificent walking trail that currently exists. The entire loop that is showing on this highlights existing infrastructure and existing points of interest within our city. The entire loop that's there takes 2 hours, apparently, by Google, to bike, to walk, sorry. But I do want to highlight, as you think about these infrastructure components, wherever you choose to put them, we have some great aspects to our city that exist. We should embrace them and we should connect them with purpose. And if we start to explore what this city could be and put our catalyst projects in the right place, we believe you can have some exceptional results. Ultimately, our final recommendations are as follows. The Brandt Center should be replaced as a catalyst transformational project for our city. It should be a generational opportunity, one that meets the needs of our community for the next 50 years. A new mid-sized multi-purpose event center should be developed in downtown Regina on the recommended site within the report. That being said, it would work on all 5 sites studied. A new mid-sized multi-purpose event center should be developed in coordination with the Central Library branch. That doesn't mean they need to be connected. It doesn't mean they need to be built together. What it does mean is that the new library branch is going to deliver somewhere between 750 and 1.5 million visitors. The new arena is going to deliver between 500 and 600,000 visitors. That's 1.5 million new people coming to downtown that can be used to transform the downtown experience and the safety of our downtown core. And so with both of those projects being desired downtown, plan them is our recommendation to you. Consider how they work together and how they integrate. A new mid-sized multi-purpose event center should act as a catalyst for private investment. For every dollar that we believe you will need to spend with public monies, the measurement of success should be at least $1 equal dollar of private investment. So if we spend $100 million on a new arena, within 10 years of that arena being built, we should be able to clearly point to $100 million of private investment that was stimulated by that decision. Brand Center should be repurposed either as a sports or recreation or agricultural facility. This repurposing should happen in coordination with the development of a new facility. Do not let the Brand Center sit empty and dark in the middle of the Rio campus. Repurpose it as part of this greater project. Brand Center redevelopment should occur, and lastly, there are several major infrastructure projects happening within the city of Regina. Many of them you're going to hear today. There was a takeaway that our committee had was most of these are happening in independent silos. Somebody's building an arena, somebody's building a pool, somebody's building a baseball diamond. The opportunity that you have as council is to connect and to coordinate those projects so that it delivers the maximum impact and benefit for our city. There's one takeaway that we would encourage you to take. It's probably the opportunity that you have, and it doesn't happen tomorrow. It can be over the next 20 years. But the development of this plan is so essential to the future of our success. On behalf of our committee, we'd like you to thank you for the opportunity to present. We look forward to hearing your response, and we hope you'll accept our report. Thanks so much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Reid. So as council, as I did indicate, we will hold our questions until the end of all of the speakers of the reports. So I will turn it over right now to Mr. Nicol to introduce the indoor aquatic facility feasibility study. Thank you, Mr. Reid.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor, and thank you to Mr. Reid for his presentation. Again, as you've outlined, Deputy Mayor, the agenda today does include 3 reports on 3 possible facilities for downtown Regina that need to be considered in the context of each other. This morning's second report presentation is the Indoor Aquatics Facility Feasibility Study Report. With that, I am going to ask Shauna Basdell, our Director of Land, Real Estate and Facilities, to introduce the report and our delegation.
Thank you. Through you, Deputy Mayor. Good morning, Council. City of Regina's 2019 Recreation Master Plan identified the need for a new indoor aquatic facility as the top recreational priority for Regina. City Council has approved funding in the 2021 and 2022 capital budget through the 10-year Recreation and Culture Capital Plan to complete a feasibility study for an indoor aquatic facility. This work began in the mid-2021. The feasibility study has been prepared in collaboration with the City of Regina project team, HCMA Architecture and Design, RC Strategies, and P3 Architecture. The external consultants all bring extensive experience in aquatic facilities, engagement, and design. The feasibility study took nearly a year to complete. It included a needs assessment, extensive public and stakeholder engagement, best practice research in aquatics, accessibility and sustainability, costing, and an assessment of the Lawson Aquatic Center. The study was also guided by a community advisory committee comprised of user groups, community members, and stakeholders. The vision for the new facility is an accessible, inclusive, and sustainable community destination that serves Regina residents and visitors for generations to come. I'll now invite Michael Henderson and Mike Roma from our external consulting team to present the Indoor Aquatics Facility Feasibility Study.
Thank you very much, Ms. Basdell. Thank you. Welcome. If you can just introduce yourself so we know who you are, who you represent. We heard from Ms. Basdell, if you can do that, and we look forward to your presentation.
Thank you very much. I'm just going to advance the slides. First of all, an apology. My glasses are in seat 13C on Air Canada flight 294. So if I'm squinting at you, it's not because I'm upset. It's just because I can't see you clearly. I'm Michael Henderson. I'm a principal with HCMA Architects and Design, based out of Vancouver. I've been working in community recreation and aquatics for my entire career, so that's about 20 years on projects just like this. Currently working with P3A and the City of Regina on the Wascana Outdoor Pool. And I've been leading this project for the past year. I'm joined today by our project partners, James from P3A and Mike Roma from RC Strategies. And you guys want to introduce yourself?
I'm good with what you just did.
Okay, excellent. We have 30 minutes and there's a lot of information to go through, so bear with us and we'll be around for questions after. By way of agenda, Brief introduction. I'd like to spend some time talking about how we approached the project, how it's structured, the types of things we were looking at, our approach to that, and the outcomes. We do have financial analysis to talk about, and then next steps as well. Sorry, my reading notes are also down here. I appreciated very much the acknowledgement at the beginning. Since I'm from out of town, I do work and play and live on the homelands of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh First Nations in the Lower Mainland, and I'm pleased to be here in your province as well, working. As a way of introduction, the things that we're going to look at today are really visionary, and really would like this feasibility report to set the stage for what will become, I believe, a significant piece of social fabric for the city, not just an aquatic center, but a community center, not just a community center, but also a hub for people to learn, live, and play, a place for the mind, the body, and the soul. I do truly believe that. So we're going to look at some of that today, but a lot of it is woven through the report, and I really do encourage you. I know the report is long, but I encourage you to look at that. Mike?
Thanks, Michael. Thank you to the chair and committee for having me here. So Mike Roma, I work for RC Strategies, and what's different about me than the other two gentlemen at the desk here is I'm not an architect. I'm a recreation planner, and that's the bread and butter of what RC Strategies does, and we do it across Canada. We had the good fortune to actually do that type of work, planning work for recreation here in the city with the development of the Recreation Master Plan, which was accepted in 2019. And why that's an important statement is that really the foundation of why we're here today is from that Recreation Master Plan. Those of you that were on council, quite a few of you were at that point in time, would remember that we looked at all of the different amenities that the city invests in right now and categorized them into different buckets, if you will. And indoor aquatics was one that was in the increase quantity and increase quality bucket. So at that point, at a high strategic level, there was justification and it was warranted to look at further feasibility analysis. I have to admit, I didn't assume that I would be here this quickly, and it's exciting that we are back helping the city and that you're considering this project at this point in time. But it is rooted in a whole extensive process that looked at all of your recreation amenities at that point in time. The point of this process, as a follow-up to that, is to look obviously more specifically at indoor aquatics and all of the different kind of aspects of it. And it's also important to note, and you'll see some of the themes actually through the presentation before us and this presentation, and probably the one that will come after, that these kind of projects give council and give city an opportunity to advance other agenda items like sustainability, accessibility and inclusion, reconciliation. And we were mindful of that along the way. This isn't just a project that will meet the current and future demands and expectations of your residents and people that visit the community, but it's also a chance for you to further some other strategic priorities that you have as council. And obviously it aligns with the Recreation Master Plan.
In terms of the timeline, this is a very simplified schedule. We've been at it about a year. My hair was the same length as Mike Roma's when we started. But the types of things that we've done are really centered around understanding the need, listening, doing deep research on the data, not only data here in your city, but also best practice data that we're seeing in the region, in the country, and around the globe. not just around aquatics, but around inclusion, around accessibility, and around sustainability. So that all falls into kind of the research bucket. Alongside that, we've done some concept work. We had to prove it out. We've done a needs assessment that gave us a preliminary program. And we've done some test fits in several scenarios, both around one site, the Lawson site, then also around where it could be in other sites as well. So we've got all that work to show you today. We've done a detailed assessment on the Lawson, which James will talk about in a minute, which gave us great cues as to how to move forward with that project. And then we've also done a fairly detailed costing assessment, which we'll present as well today. You'll see in the diagram that, well, we were here in July, the engagement arrow continues on. This is not the end of the project, of the feasibility portion. I mean, this really just the feasibility just is the starting of the project, and the engagement line continues really on through detailed design and even into construction in some scenarios. So just to let you know that the engagement continues. A brief, just before we get into the report in more detail, just a brief distinction between values and goals and program. Values and goals are things that the city holds dear and will be threaded through whatever program you decide. So a value might be that the project is accessible. A goal might be that it has sustainability goals. We will, or the project team will take those values and goals and weaves them through the program document. The program document itself might be Program A, Program B, Program Option C. All of those programs need to respond in some way or another to the project values. So the values are consistent, but the program is flexible. In terms of the way that the project's been structured, there's really 4 tiers, and it's kind of a waterfall. It's a bit of a sieving process. At the very top, we have all the raw data, and so we've got data around project background, the master plan, the work that went into that, public engagement, both with public, with city staff, with the CAC, and with council as well. That's one bucket within kind of the larger data. Other data is collected more broadly around aquatics, accessibility, inclusion, sustainability, and precedent projects that we've seen or studied very closely. And then, of course, the vision and principles. Those are all the ingredients that we analyze and research and bring together to inform the second tier. The second tier is really the needs, and then how you would assemble those needs. So the needs are really reflected in the program document. The program document itemizes everything from space requirements, some functional requirements, some spatial requirements, and it really is a table. And at the end of that table, we have a building size, and if you read the table very carefully, you can ascertain what all the different components of the building would be. We look very closely with that document, and we do test fits with respect to the renovation and addition option. We've done a specific site test fit adjacent to the Lawson, but we've also conceptualized other test fits that show programmatic relationships and how they could be optimized in a new facility. And then concepts and planning, and then how that could be phased. So that's kind of the second tier, which is really maybe the most exciting part because you get to see a building in some sense. The next tier after we have that is really delivery, costing, and partnership. So this is logistics. This is how you might build it, who would build it, how you would build it, how you'll pay for it, and then are there people that we can join forces with to make this project a success. And we've done all that work, and here we are today at the bottom tier with a recommendation and some notion of next steps.
So one of the most important inputs into a major decision like this for council and for the city is obviously community or public engagement. And that community and public engagement started with the development of the master plan back in 2019. And again, that was looking at all of the things that you invest in and trying to prioritize all of those amenities and where you might focus future investment. So that round of engagement was obviously broader and didn't allow for questioning and insight to be delivered in detail for a specific amenity like indoor aquatics. So when it came to engagement this time around, obviously that's what we aim to do. Reconfirm what that kind of need and demand was for an indoor aquatics facility, and also start to look at the different functions that indoor aquatics facilities can have in community. So really diving in, no pun intended, to the indoor aquatics service area. In terms of the kind of engagement that we did, we had a coded access public or household survey with postcards, which I hopefully all of you had at your residence and got a chance to participate in. We had almost 2,500 responses to that, 2,481. Because it had a code, we can say it has statistical reliability plus or minus 2%, 19 times out of 20. We had a very similar survey that was open access, and we had another 1,400 responses to that survey of the general public. We had 15 aquatic user groups respond to a survey specifically about aquatics, obviously, and their future needs and expectations. We had 14 meetings with representatives from 39 different groups. We had 20 plus city-led engagement sessions with other types of stakeholders. And then as mentioned, we had the Community Advisory Committee, which met no less than 7 times. We don't have any percentages up on the slides here. There is a very extensive What We Heard report in your package, and we didn't want to highlight a certain percentage or two, because I think in order to really understand the breadth of what was done and the level of support and insight that we got, you almost have to look at least at the summary of that What We Heard report. But I would say in general, we confirmed need and demand, and we also got some valuable insight into those different types of aquatics activities that I guess are desired to be provided or met with this facility. And there's 7 different categories that you see up on the screen there, and they really drive that important program that Michael mentioned, and I'll return and speak to those priorities in a few slides. So very extensive, built upon the 2019 plan that we did. And in addition to a couple of the things that Michael will go through on, I think, the next 2 or 3 slides, we did a literature review of 41 different documents that either the city, the province, or that we found nationally would or should have influence on a program for a facility like this. Geodemographic analysis, and also very extensive supply-demand analysis related to the current provision of aquatics, indoor aquatics and outdoor aquatics in the city.
A couple slides here on the best practice portion of our work. Obviously, we dug pretty deep on the aquatics best practice, and there's a few highlights to that I think are worth identifying out of the report. First, is that the social role of aquatics is really evolving. And this may be self-evident, but it may not be. That aquatic centers are really filling a different purpose than they used to in terms of providing a social place for people. The second, maybe also self-evident, or at least emerging trend, is around the evolution of change rooms. And this one has got tentacles because it touches other things as well. So the evolution of change rooms from gender-based to non-gender-based change room and washroom facilities is transformational in these types of facilities. Change rooms are generally the first or second place you see when you arrive, and generally the second last or the last place you see when you leave. So they have high impact. If you don't have a good experience there, you're generally not going to have a good experience in the facility. So that's we've done a fair bit of work around best practice in both of those. Pop-up culture. This one's a bit playful. Really, the intention here is just to understand that these These types of facilities can play a very flexible role. They're very fluid. There's going to be a lot of asks that we can't even identify today on them. So we do need to plan for that, and that is a trend. And then the final one, and really quite not the most important one, but one that we will spend a lot of time focusing on is the increased focus on wellness. And this is another one that has tentacles that kind of reach out from the very specific and touch a whole bunch of things. But it's important to recognize the trends because it influences the type of water you will build, the quantity of it, all the details around it, and then some of the support spaces as well. And that will influence who and how people use the building, and it's critical moving forward. The tentacles that are coming out of these are influencing the other kind of best practices that we've looked at, and those are around accessibility. So physical barriers, not just physical barriers, but also emotional and other types of barriers as well to the facility. Socioeconomic barriers, so inclusion, and then reconciliation as well. So those are best practices that fall into the goals and values of the project. And then the aquatics one are really best practices that fall more specifically to the program. And so we just wanted to highlight that. The next really critical best practice sessions and workshops that we've done have really been around sustainability. And so again, there's several buckets here, or several columns. The first one being the research side of it, so policies that are in place nationally, provincially, and then of course the City of Regina's energy and sustainability framework. We've done the research on that. Out of that work, really digging into some specific things that are important to this type of project: resiliency and future planning, grid transition, because this project will be around for 60, 70, maybe 100 years. Understanding what grid transition and what timeline that looks like is critical. Emissions pricing. We talk about capital costs a lot, but operational costs over time. Emissions pricing is critical. Embodied carbon, electric versus gas. And then, of course, understanding these and designing best practice around these will lead to funding opportunities. And so that's understanding that is really important. And then education and deciding which rating systems and programs to pursue is ongoing work that we'll be doing as well. So all of this kind of research is really leading us to understand how the project specifically can respond to Regina's energy and sustainability framework. So we are aligning the work with the big moves that are outlined in the strategy, and we're focusing around clean heating, so clean energy, becoming net zero energy ready, which really is about decreasing the energy demand of the building. So what can we do around the building envelope and the mechanical systems and the passive design of the building to become net zero ready? Looking at renewable energy, and then of course, as was stated in the previous presentation, being available to active transportation networks and becoming a hub is critical with the big moves as well. We've looked at a wide variety of precedents. We've only identified 6 here, but there's so much to look at. We tried to hone in on ones that had a specific story for us to learn from. So Windsor International Aquatic and Training Facility was big in that category, a very competitive facility with a large water park attached. And so we've had several conversations with the operator. We were the architects for the building, so we're intimately knowledgeable about it. But there's been so many lessons learned in their 7 years of operation that are takeaways for us moving forward. H2O in Kelowna, a very interesting facility. Again, 50-meter pool with a water park kind of attached to it in one large space. If they were to do it again, I think they would make some different decisions. And so we've been really lucky to talk to the operators about what those decisions might be. Of course, we know the Shaw Centre, Saskatoon, not a direct reference really, but really good to understand what's available regionally. Toronto Pan Am Centre, a renovation and an addition where they added an additional 50-meter pool. And then Grandview Heights Aquatic Center in the West Coast is more of a community-based neighborhood aquatic center. So lots of takeaways there on the social side, fewer on the programming side for us. New West Aquatic Center is an interesting one because it was the sister facility to the Lawson, and it is just being rebuilt as we speak. It's under construction right now. So it was really most interesting because of the original building was identical to the Lawson. James, you're up.
The assessment is quite extensive. It was prepared not only through my office's recent lens with experience in rehabilitation of older buildings that many on council will be aware of, but also in conjunction with a very talented group of specialists and engineers that did a thorough review of the facility. As you know, the Lawson was built in 1975 and is therefore approaching 50 years in age. I would say that it is at the end of its design horizon. The report indicates that an immediate and initial investment of $1.4 million is required to keep the building operational. To extend that life of the building to another 6 to 10 years will require an additional investment of approximately $6 million, and that's required in year 2 to 5. And post year 6, another $14 million is required. At this time, I would say that if I was to describe the building and our process and where we're at with the Lawson, it's a little bit like thinking of being on a treadmill. And the treadmill is continuing to accelerate, and we're running to keep up. And that's why you see an exponential increase in the ongoing investment in the building. And it maintains, what that creates is a circumstance where, regardless of the investment, we are at risk of a failure in the building that would result in its immediate shutdown. Unlike the Brandt Center, which is a cast-in-place concrete structure, this building was built very differently for a different purpose at a different time. Without the interventions that we talk about, that risk increases, but it does not go away with the investment. We recommend that the Lawson be decommissioned once a new facility is built, but you should be aware that as you decide on location and scale of the new facility, that treadmill that we're on, that conveyor belt for the life of the Lawson continues to move, and that investment would still be required just to help mitigate that risk.
So based on all that information, based on a number of pages of background that you've been given in your package, all of that kind of feeds into and starts to focus on what the program for a new indoor aquatics facility should include. And in order to do that, what we tried to do was, in each aspect of research and engagement, focus on those 7 different types of aquatics activities that you see on the right side of the screen right now. So recreation and leisure, sport training, skill development, therapy and rehab, fitness, special events, and leadership training. And with each influence that we looked at, try to identify if it's, kind of pulling towards one of those activity types or another, or all of them. And you can look at that. I really like the spidergram or spider diagram approach because it can be related to design influence. It can be related to meeting needs. You can think of it as, different, push and pull related to budget. And what you can see with this one, which is the sum of all of those influences, is that we're getting pulled in all directions, i.e. there's a need for all of the different types of activities that an indoor aquatics facility can support or provide for. And there's almost equal pressure on the sport training and the recreation and leisure side of things, which is a common trade-off when you're planning or programming an indoor aquatics facility. So I guess the sum of that is that this is an opportunity to meet need that you have, and that there is extensive need in almost all areas of indoor aquatics provision. When you look at providing everything under one roof, there's obviously some programmatic synergies that you can achieve. So you can do more because you have more. There's economies of scale on the expense side of the equation in terms of operating expertise, somewhat with lifeguarding, supplies, that kind of thing. But probably most importantly is you create an environment where this will be one of the major indoor aquatics centers if it's kind of built to meet all of those different activity types in Canada. So you create a destination for indoor aquatics, and you create scenarios where overflow can occur on the sport training side of things, on the recreation and leisure side of things, or whatever type of maybe specialized event you might have in the facility. So it led us to a very full spider diagram, if you will. And in order to organize our thoughts further and to get direction from the Community Advisory Committee, we looked at 4 different options, really 3 different options with a bit of a twist. There's a functional option or program that we looked at that had a 50-meter and a 25-meter tank, about 30 to 35,000 square feet of leisure amenity. And then we looked at different aspects of what it would achieve, not only in terms of meeting needs, but in some of those higher order strategic objectives like sustainability, accessibility, future phasing, and expandability, and so on. And then we built up from that functional. So there's an optimized, which in essence gives us the same type of program or the same type of activity in it as the Reno and Addition variant, which is on the bottom, which focuses on the existing Lawson. A little bit more leisure, 50-meter competitive tank and a 50-meter dive tank, we've called it, so 2 50s. And then building upon that would be the enhanced option. So we looked at 3 different, programs, 4 different options, and we arrived at the optimized version in terms of our recommendation, and that's what the rest of the presentation is based upon. Even though it's extensive and it includes a significant investment and a significant enhancement to the provision of indoor aquatics, based on the feedback from the committee and our consulting and study team, we think that it's the most responsible way to move forward. And as I mentioned, some of the costing and more technical aspects of it will be presented later on.
Yeah, thanks. We're pushing our timeline here, so I'm going to move on a little bit quickly. We can always come back to this diagram. It does have a lot of information in it. But out of that, this diagram here, I think, is quite interesting. It's showing relative to the Lawson, which is the baseline that we were kind of using as the reference point, relative to the Lawson, how much additional area within each component are we proposing to add? So if you look within each of the 9 rows, and the 9 rows relate to a program component, so front of house, competition aquatic, recreation aquatic, change rooms, fitness, those types of components. The clear colored bar, the one without the hatch, represents the area that exists today in the Lawson. So front of house, there's 3,000 square feet of front of house space. I think that's understandable. The competition aquatic, there's 2,000 square foot of aquatics competition water in the Lawson today. The hatched portion that follows it is the proposed addition. So you would combine both of those, and that would be the new area. So you can see for something like aquatic leisure and recreation, there's very little, 1,500 square feet in the Lawson today, and we'd be proposing a significant expansion of that up to around 40,000 square feet. And so then you can see, it just gives you a quick visual on where we're putting the area, and then what portions of the building would be growing in terms of new area as well. And then at the bottom, it just sums it up. We can come back to that in questions if you like. But I do want to kind of jump into a couple of the concepts here. And I'll start with the test fit that we did on the Lawson, assuming that it could be refurbished and given a new life. And so this was just to prove that out, could it be used? And so you can see from this aerial view, you see the mosaic to the side and the existing Lawson Aquatic Center, which is in the lower lower bottom portion of the site there. And the field house is the white box just to the top of that. Then you see the 60-meter pool tank through the shell of the Lawson. We would be expanding on that existing refurbished 60-meter pool tank with an additional 50-meter pool, which should be located to the east. And you can see that adjacent there as well. The new pool is separated from the water park or the recreational experience through the change block. And again, this is just a diagram. It was a test fit. There's 100 ways to skin this cat. We're not at that stage yet, but we did want to prove out that the program could fit on the site and it could be logical. And so that's how it plays out. There are some challenges with the renovation and addition option, not only just renovating and adding on, that is a challenge in itself, but the location of some of the mechanical and the access points around the Lawson do make an expansion to it very difficult. You can see that the two 50-meter pools are separated, and they would be separated and joined by a corridor, but that corridor meets the technical requirement, but it's not ideal. And over the course of a life of a facility, it would present significant operational inefficiencies, and I think that's likely understandable, but happy to expand on it more in question period. Also, where the front door exists becomes a challenge in this project. It really needs to be from the south because of that corridor that connects the two 50-meter pools. It really is the natural access point, but because we have to have that there and it's a controlled corridor, it becomes really challenging to circumnavigate that. So the access for renovation and addition option, the primary entry would be from the south. Parking, landscaping, all of that can be distributed around the site and I think could be quite functional. In terms of phasing, there is a phasing diagram. I won't dwell on it here, but we've always assumed that the Lawson would need to be kept operational throughout any construction of the additional second pool tank, and then we would go in and do a major refurbishment on the Lawson and then tie the two together. Optimized new build test fit. So this one is without a site, and we've, it looks a little bit like the Lawson one, just because some of the programmatic adjacencies were kind of optimized. But really, this is a version that we could test fit on any number of sites, and it really represents the full optimized program. And within those program elements, what are the best relationships? So we can try out whether we want to have the competition and training side adjoined, one space with the recreation and leisure, or should they be separated so that they can run kind of separately? And so this was very valuable in running those kind of scenarios, and we've run those through discussions with operations. And then also just to see how the building lays out optimally as well. And so in terms of the program, the optimized version on the program sheet is two 50-meter pool tanks, spectator seating, a large change room area that supports a variety of different change experiences, and a large 40,000 square foot water park. That water park, although the features haven't been really identified and selected yet, but we would definitely see a range of experiences from a lazy river to possible wave, some flat water that would accommodate swim lessons and then recreational swimming, hot pools, and features that would be an attraction as well. Lots of community space, so multi-purpose rooms, lease spaces, cafe, and then that kind of central atrium corridor becoming a community, kind of a community neighborhood and a community street. This is just showing how that might play out in a plan form as well. We've tried to keep this very high level so that it doesn't appear fully baked. As I said, the engagement continues. We haven't done all the work. We don't want people to think that all the decisions have been made, because they certainly haven't. And so the kind of the way that we've been illustrating this is really supporting that. In terms of financial analysis, we did a full costing report on the optimized program and the renovation and addition version of it. And it's a Class D estimate, which includes a wide variety of contingencies, because we haven't advanced the work that far to really have the precision yet. So there's contingencies built into the number that accommodate for future development of the plans. We arrive at a net construction cost of $126.5 million in today's dollars. We know that construction is a couple years out, so we escalate that number to our escalated construction cost, which is $146.1 million. Below the line of the hard construction costs, we have more soft project costs. So there's professional fees, there's contingencies, and then there's tax as well. So an overall project budget for the optimized of $172.6 million. Now, some of the assumptions that are built into that are the accommodation of energy and sustainability framework. So there's a 15% premium built into the hard construction cost to make sure that we can achieve the energy performance that we need to. And then other things that are built into the hard construction costs are really just those range of contingencies, design contingencies and project contingencies that we've identified that we'll need as we develop the scheme further. As a side note, I don't have the values for the reno and addition on the screen, but we did the exercise for the renovation and addition as well, and the numbers came out very similar. So the rationale for that is that the intensity and the difficult conditions, the difficult construction conditions and phasing conditions that would go into a renovation of that project would be a very high cost. And so the efficiency that you might think would be available with reusing are really lost because of the very difficult nature of actually refurbishing and upgrading. And so the costs really were a wash, almost, I think they're within 2% of the hard construction costs. And then in our view, the challenges that are associated with the reno and addition and long-term operational inefficiencies certainly wouldn't be worth the cost. So that's why the Optimize is really leading the pack as our recommended option.
We had to look at operating costs. So this table outlines what we expect the net investment you'd have to make on an annual basis in order to operate the facility. And what's important to note here is that this is based on the same kind of conditions that you operate your current facilities on, in terms of the fees that people pay to access it, in terms of the complexion of use, demographics, the types of utilization that you see right now. And the overall performance based on a city-run model would be within the ballpark of the same kind of cost recovery that you have at your existing facilities, or that you'd see in other facilities that are municipally operated from across Canada.
Good. Okay. We have a slide that shows an alternative approach, should it be of interest. So we really explored this as a way of reducing the initial investment, understanding that the optimized version would be the goal in the end. How could we phase that over time to achieve it? And so we ran an exercise where we really built it off of maintaining the Lawson for some period of time. Maybe not 50 years, but let's say 15. How could we phase a project and reduce the initial capital cost? So if we take if we took the second 50-meter pool out of the optimized version and relied on an upgraded Lawson for a period of time, 10 to 15 years, and then after that period of time, go back in and complete the program. We did the exercise financially, and I won't tally up the math for you here, but you can do it on your own. It actually results in a project that is still more expensive over time. So your initial your initial investment is lower, but over time it becomes a greater investment. And so, I'll just leave it at that. It's there for you to peruse, and happy to answer questions on it should we move forward.
So as part of the process, the city ran a procurement to see if there's any partnership interest in the either design or operations of the facility. We did get some response, but nothing that significantly impacts the program or what's been presented to you today. So it's just important for you to know that there was a formal and transparent and fair process to identify partners, and that there could be some of those discussions materializing over the course of the project as it gets different levels of approving. Next, please. So just to summarize, we looked at cost. Cost is obviously one of the major hurdles for a project like this, not just capital and operating, but it's really important to understand what those benefits would be. And we know that council already understands those benefits, and obviously it's part of the reason why you're considering not only this, but a number of other recreation and sport-related projects right now. First and foremost, this would create a place for your residents and visitors to be active, more physically active, obviously healthier, but also more socially connected and more healthy mentally as well. There'd be contributions to the economy. So just as Mr. Reid presented some of the economic impacts associated with that project, there's some similar stats on the right-hand side of the slide here that you can see. Obviously, if and when this becomes a major attraction, it's going to be not only for your residents, but for visitors, and there'll be non-local spending attached to it. It aligns with your strategic planning that you already have in place. It's been, I guess, approved or endorsed by the Community Advisory Committee. It'll give you an opportunity to enhance the environmental sustainability of your aquatics inventory, and it'll just help to create a more vibrant city, a more vibrant area around wherever the final location is, and obviously also add to your strategic direction as a municipality.
So next steps for us as the design team are obviously getting through this hurdle today. Looking forward to understanding and exploring location analysis. So when we get to that, there will be an options matrix and some parameters that we would play out to really to look at benefits of one location over the other. We continue to be involved in grant processes, and I know you are on your own around where to find funding for these processes, and the consulting team can support with that. And then of course, I think and perhaps most importantly is keep the momentum going and the dialogue going with the community and with our stakeholders. So those are our next steps. I know you have your own, and we'll leave it at that for today. That is our last slide.
Great, thank you very much, gentlemen, for the presentation. I know it's we have given you a little bit longer time, but it's imperative, and I think it's important for the public and the media who are here today to hear this first steps. So with that, we will have an opportunity to ask questions. We do have 2 delegations next, but we do have a mandatory break at 10:30, so we will break now, and we will resume back at 10:40, and then we will hear the 2 delegations at that time, and then continuing finishing our questions up for this group here. So that's all I have. Thank you. Okay, we're gonna get back at her here. And I do believe we have quorum, so we're gonna get started. Okay, so if I can call up Delegation Tracy Moser. Are you here, Tracy? There you are. Great. Yep, right here to the, thank you for patiently waiting. And I'll turn, there we go. So, Tracy, if you can please introduce yourself for the record, the organization you are representing, if any, and where you live, and you'll have 5 minutes to address executive here, and there may be questions after. So go ahead.
All right, thank you. Good morning. My name is Tracy Moser, and I am the president of the Regina Piranhas Summer Swim Club, a club that's been operating for many decades in Regina. We're a small speed swimming club that operates only in the summer months of May, June, and July. We generally have a swim team of approximately 60 swimmers who are often multi-sport athletes who compete in other sports in the winter or prefer to compete in a short speed swimming season. We travel to swim meets throughout Saskatchewan in June and July. I can also speak to the needs of the aquatic sport community as the parent of 5 children who play water polo, including our oldest, who is 15 and competes at a high level as part of Team Saskatchewan. As well, our children have spent many hours in the city pools as leisure and recreational swimmers, so I understand greatly the importance of leisure pool space. The Regina Piranhas are firmly in favor of the construction of a new, larger, state-of-the-art aquatic facility for Regina. Our swim team currently practices at the University of Regina pool 4 evenings per week. The U of R pool is likely nearing the end of its lifespan, and we are not sure if there are any plans to replace it. Without the U of R pool, our swim club has significant barriers to securing pool space. During the COVID shutdown, the U of R pool was not open to outside user groups, and we were forced to find a different pool to train in. Due to the limited training time available at the Lawson, the only time that was offered to us was only in the month of July, on Saturday and Sunday mornings. The other aquatic groups had already claimed all the training time, and that left no other options for our swim club. We need more pool space so there can be enough training time available for all. We host our annual swim meet at the Lawson each summer, and we were the most recent club to host a swim meet, which was held on June 25th. This swim meet was attended by 200 athletes from 11 swim clubs, plus their coaches, officials, and spectators. While we are appreciative of the space and the improvements that have been made with the new scoreboards and timing systems, the pool does present some challenges when hosting a swim meet. We had a number of swimmers injure themselves when trying to exit the deep end of the pool after a race, because there is no easy way to exit the pool from the deep tank. The stroke judge on the side of the pool near the bleachers is not able to easily walk up and down the length of the pool due to the space constraints with the bleachers. There is limited space for spectators. And the big issue is when a club is hosting a swim meet or other aquatic competition, other user groups are not able to train because there is no other pool space available. In addition, the public is not able to attend regular public swimming during any aquatic events because the majority of the facility is booked for that event. We feel Regina is well overdue for a new pool facility. A new facility will help attract more competition to Regina and will help develop the swimming athletes of the future. The proposed facility would satisfy the needs of aquatic sports as well as the general public and would compare favorably to other facilities in Western Canada. Thank you. I'm happy to answer any questions if there are. I don't know if
Thank you
anyone.
very much, Tracy. Does anyone have any questions for the delegation? Councillor Shaw.
Hi, Tracy.
Hi.
Thank you very much for being here. I know your I know your group very well. I'm very in touch with all of the swimming. We talk about the water polo, and I know we've had discussions with that, with the water polo and the needs that they have. In saying the 250 meter, I'm trying to figure out, and for the public to realize why we need those 250 meter pools. Can you maybe address that question to the chair?
Sure, just informally, I can speak to attending other water polo events. For example, in Edmonton and Calgary, they'll often run 2 games at one time, so needing multiple pools. Water polo can split, you can put a bulkhead in and have 2 games and 2 25-meter pools, but then at the same time, you can have a dive team practicing in a deep tank, and plus another swim team swimming their swim practice, and then in your leisure pool area the public can use the space. So when we go to other events, there are multiple, it's not just a water polo event using the whole pool. It's multiple teams and multiple things going on at the same time. So having 2 pools would enable your competition to happen, plus you could have warm up, cool down, plus other events happening in the other pool. Whereas in the Lawson, we only have that 1 pool, really, and maybe that smaller little area.
Yeah.
When you have an event there, no one else can use the space. So
in saying that, another question that kind of came to my mind over that is the water temperature. the adjusting of that on such a big pool. Can you,
Yeah,
can you
I don't
maybe
know.
educate us
I
a
don't
little bit
know
on
the
that? If you know?
necessarily the ins and outs of that. I know sports like the water cooler, which
Yeah.
is not as nice for say leisure swimming.
Right.
But perhaps if there was a leisure pool as well, that leisure pool could be kept warmer, and then the training pools kept cooler. I don't know the technicalities of and ins and outs of that, but I do know sports like the water cooler, not warm to be racing or
Yeah.
competing in, but.
I'll ask administration, but thank you for that.
Sure.
insight on that. Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you, Councillor Shaw. Anyone else have any other questions? Seeing none. Tracy, thank you very much for
Thank you.
coming today, and you can go back into the gallery. So I'll ask the next delegation, Craig Newstad. Are you there? Can you hear us? Craig, you may need to press *6. Can you
Hello?
hear us? Okay, I think we can hear you now. Can you hear us?
Yes, I can.
Perfect, thank you. Craig, welcome. If you can please just introduce yourself for the record, the organization that you represent, if any, and where you live, and you'll have 5 minutes to address executive. Go ahead.
Hey, good morning, everyone. My name's Craig Newstad. I am the current head coach of the Regina Optimist Dolphin swim team and the University of Regina Cougar swim team, and I reside in Regina. Again, thanks for allowing me to speak. I am very excited that the council and the city have identified the need for a new aquatic facility. The Lawson has served the city of Regina well. However, these past years, we've observed that the need by the community has grown for aquatic sports and aquatic usage. Members of the public, including recreational and leisure swim, city programs, school visitations, and user groups are all vying for space, and the Lawson's ability to accommodate this cannot be sustained into the future. From a user group perspective, aquatic sport popularity is on the rise. With recent successes at national levels throughout the aquatic community, the user groups, I'm sure, as well as the city programs, are all turning away potential participants because we are full, and due to the lack of pool time, and in some cases losing pool time, we can't accommodate new members. The lack of space is not the only issue we've been having currently. The infrastructure has also become an issue. Just two recent examples that I can highlight. There was a planned power outage at the Lawson on the 1st of June, which was supposed to last around 4 hours, but the Lawson was only able to reopen 36 hours later. And then around 2 weeks ago, we had a power outage every day at the Lawson. So with the ever-growing need for the pool and these disruptions, doesn't look like this is very sustainable. I think, though, the city identifying the need for a new facility can be a great opportunity for Regina to become an aquatic destination for Western Canada. Just looking up in Saskatoon, since they built the new shore center, their numbers, and this is just from a competitive swimming perspective, their numbers keep growing as they can welcome in new people into the sport. And I think one of the advantages to this is that they may be new user group members right now, but our sport, my sport, swimming, is a lifelong sport, and our members in the future become the city's future recreational base that will fill the leisure and recreation swim. I think that this facility would also allow us to bring national competitions to the city. Just seeing the plans that were presented this morning, having those two 50-meter pools, we could host senior and junior nationals, as well as Western Nationals, Canada West, and U Sport. These events can bring in up to 500 to 600 participants to the city, and that doesn't include their families or support staff. The economic impact for our hospitality business could be huge in this way, and that's just from a competitive swimming side, and not including the other aquatic sports like water polo, diving, artistic swimming, and the multi-sport. With all that being said, I hope the city and realizes that we shouldn't just make the same mistake as we have with the Lawson and just build another 8-lane pool. I think we would just be moving one problem into the next in terms of space and need for space amongst all users in the community. With the 250-meter pools or even just a separate dive tank, we could, when we're hosting events, it would allow other user groups, the community, leisure swim, city to keep on running their lessons. So no one's really losing anything and the city's still generating revenue. Also just asked some of my swimmers what a new facility would mean for them. And this is from one of our 14-year-olds that it will be representing Team Sask at Canada Games this summer. She said, I love swimming because it gives me a chance to be competitive. My teammates and coaches are also another reason I love swimming. They've turned into my best friends and some of the most important people in my life. It also shows me what it means and feels like to be part of a team. A new facility wouldn't only benefit my team, it would provide more space for all the swim teams in Regina, as well as artistic swimmers, water polo players, divers, public swimmers, and any other people who enjoy spending time at the pool. Between all of us, a bigger facility would provide us with more pool time and new pool space. It will also give us a chance to hopefully host more swim meets and bring in swimmers and swim teams from different places. Again, there are many advantages to a new facility outside of the user groups. I just wanted to highlight the benefit from the competitive swimming side of things. Thank you for taking the time to listen to me today. And I also would like to thank you for giving us the opportunity to train during Olympic trials through COVID.
Thank you very much, Mr. Neustadt. Any questions for the delegation? Councillor Shaw.
Thank you, Craig, for coming and telling the stories and reassuring us why we need the swimming pool. A swimming skill is a life-saving skill, and I believe every child should have this. Craig, can I ask you a question based on, and I don't know the number, but I know I've volunteered a lot as being a parent of a swimmer. What kind of benefit when your club hosts a swimming event here in Regina, what is the benefits just back to your club per se, not to the city, not to everything else, but to your club, to your parents, and to your students through the chair?
Mr. Neustadt.
So one, it acts as a way that we can raise money for our club. For the swimmers, for me personally, being able to bring in people from around the country to compete against our swimmers is huge. In Saskatchewan, we're very small right now in swimming-wise. We are growing, but a lot of the times we kind of in a little bubble, especially the younger swimmers, and they don't get to see that higher level swimming because we're unable to host things like those Westerns and stuff. And if we can bring those kind of events where we have the best age group swimmers coming to Regina and they're able to see that and what swimming can do for them, I think that's a huge impact for our swimmers in our club and for the parents, and they get to see that impact too.
Thank you, Craig. Just my last question, just to kind of clarify some stuff. So when we talk about events that are being hosted in Regina, and I know that there's barriers to certain level of events that we can host in Regina based on the pool and based on the structures that we have. Can you just give us just kind of a brief description as to the type of events that we can host now, the limitations that we have, and the limitation and what events could we host in building this in the future through the chair?
So currently we are pretty limited. We can't really host any national events here because we don't have a proper cool down pool. A lot of the national events are long course, so 50 meters. So when we do host 50-meter events, we can only really use the shallow part of the pool, and that's 18.5 meters long, and only really about 4 to 5 lanes. So we wouldn't be able to accommodate a lot of swimmers, and like people, our organization, Swimming Canada, wouldn't look at us to host any of those events. We will host more in-province meets. We have hosted in the past Manitoba, Saskatchewan championships, but even that's becoming a struggle now to hold because of lack of spectator seating. And some people don't want to travel here right now to swim at the Lawson. They'd rather host it at the Shore Center because of it being new. So those are some of the challenges we're facing in hosting swim meets here right now.
Awesome. Thank you very much, Craig. I have no further questions. Thanks.
Thank you very much. I just have a question, Mr. Newstead. In regards to the Lawson, which we have now, we're looking at eventually the pool being somewhere. Do you think that there's a benefit of the co-location being close to the Lawson, or does it matter for a competition piece through you? Or that's me.
I think because the city is not, it's not like a city like big city like Calgary, and that I think all the hotels are generally pretty close where you are. So I don't see that if it wasn't where the Lawson is currently, I don't see the big impact. But watching the presentations from earlier and seeing how everything could be connected, that could be pretty good in terms of pitching to Swimming Canada about hosting events here and U Sport and Canada West.
Okay, good. Thank you very much. I see no further questions. You are, thank you for presenting today. You can leave the call now. And so what we're going to do now, Council, we are going to have, we're going to consider EX 22-82, and I'll have Mr. Nicol introduce the baseball needs assessment.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. In late October of 2021, Council directed a working committee comprised of the City of Regina, Real, Living Sky Sports and Entertainment, and the Regina Red Sox to undertake a needs assessment for a baseball stadium. So at this time, Mr. Tim Reed, the CEO of Real, and Jeff May, the city's manager of sports facilities and special events, will outline the initial findings.
Great, thank you very much. Welcome. So if we can, again, we know who you are, just for the record, and we can take us through the assessment.
Good morning, I'm Jeff May. I'm the manager of sport facilities and special events here with the City of Regina, and sitting next to Mr. Tim Reed, President and CEO of Regina Exhibition Association Limited. As Mr. Nicol outlined, Mr. Reed was charged with forming and leading the work around forming a committee and leading the work around determining the need for a high-performance baseball facility in the City of Regina. Just like that work has been completed, and we're here today to present those findings. I'd just like to take a moment to acknowledge and thank my fellow committee members for the work they put in on the project. That's Chrisandra DeZodel from the City of Regina, Gary Brodsol from the Regina Red Sox, Al Simpson from Living Sky Sports and Entertainment, Sandra Jekyll, Sinead Tierney, and Dallas Skulski, and Mr. Reed from Real. So with my thanks to those folks, I'll turn it over to Mr. Reed to take you through the presentation.
Somewhat different than the other presentations that you've received today, this is about a needs assessment, not necessarily feasibility. And we do want to be clear on behalf of the committee that this is the first phase of a project and very consistent with your planning process internally around recreational development. That being said, we had a commitment of returning to you by July the 1st. I think the package was submitted just by July the 1st, and I think the content are in keeping with the expectations of council. You'll also note that the budget was considerably more favorable than we initially intended. 3 partners were part of this discussion, as Mr. May outlined. One of the findings that we think is important for you to recognize as council is, you may not recognize this, but you have 167 baseball diamonds in the City of Regina, which seems like an incredible amount of baseball diamonds. You have about $41 million worth of assets, and an operating budget that equates to about $1.1 million. The capital maintenance budget for your baseball facilities within the city is $175,000. And although it's not shared equally, basic math would suggest on an annual basis you have $770 to invest in each one of your baseball diamonds, which probably speaks to the reason that we're here today. Overall, the committee was asked for all three partners to invest $10,000 each. I can confirm that the Regina Exhibition Association, Living Sky Sports and Entertainment, and the City of Regina all committed $10,000 to a separate account. Overall, the partners came together to answer the question that you as council had requested around, is there a need for a baseball facility? At the time, as you'll recall, the proposed facility that had been presented on behalf of the Red Sox was to explore a concept of a multi-purpose facility that could be up to a $23 million development. We will recognize through the learning process around that was a phased development that included not only baseball amenities, fieldhouse amenities, and also commercial properties. Not all of that $23 million was intended to be within the baseball concept. Overall, the process that we followed, I think, would be quite consistent with the expectations of council and quite consistent with what you would have internally at the city. There was a number of core findings that the committee found. Number one is the city has a robust supply of baseball facilities. Number two, the quality of those fields are below the quality of the user group's expectations. Not in every case, but in general statement. Demand for fields is compounded by a variety of factors, including availability. Some of that availability is dependent upon weather. One of the significant takeaways we took from this finding is every one of your 167 baseball facilities in this city are natural grass. In a city that is a winter city, and when we have a wet spring or a wet fall, it means that you end up in a scenario where players and accessibility to those fields can't happen. So as we noted this spring, teams were 2 to 3 weeks behind their traditional schedule for being able to access those fields. In the absence of proper indoor facilities, we find ourselves in a place where recreational baseball users are renting old shopping stores to practice their skills before training camp. The city does not have a synthetic baseball field within the city, and I think that is a component that is critical in this study. We are recommending that a feasibility study on a multi-purpose mixed-use outdoor synthetic field be considered. So at the end of this, we do believe there's some work to be done. It's not our position on whether that's feasible or not, but we do believe we are outlining a need. And there may be an opportunity to consider connecting this facility with the proposed soccer facility that FC Regina is exploring and that the recreational needs assessment for the city have highlighted. Overall, we conducted a study on Curry Field. Curry Field is located in Mount Pleasant Park and was constructed in 1968. It's one of 5 full-size diamonds that exist in the city. Ultimately, it's also adjacent to the former garbage dump, which creates a number of significant challenges for you for development. I think the takeaway that we took was there are a number of user groups that use that facility. It is an active site, but from a site planning possibility, there is opportunity to be perhaps better than we have been in the past. Although it is the home for the Red Sox, it is also the home to many other recreational groups, and it's not uniquely independent to our collegiate team. There's a number of challenges that have been highlighted with the diamonds within the city, but the basic position of it is we have a lot of fields. Not all of them are maintained to a high standard because the funds don't simply exist to do so. And our Tier 1 fields would not be considered competitive to other jurisdictions. That being said, we also do not have any synthetic turf fields for baseball in the city, which creates a challenge in a winter city environment. What we did want to highlight was the fact that ultimately we took a number of steps. We exchanged information, we pulled in stakeholders, we collected data from the information, we looked at our existing facilities, we engaged the public, we looked at best practices, we looked at needs, provided you your recommendations. Of the number of the 9 tasks that we set out to achieve, we believe we did this, and hopefully you'll see that in the report that's shared with you and the public today. Ultimately, from a facility analysis perspective, I think what we've recognized is you have a number of user groups with a number of different needs. The primary bulk of them are recreational within the city. Recreational baseball participation in this city has seen growth through COVID-19 that is significant. Whether that maintains or not, we're uncertain, but we can say growth over the period of COVID-19 in most recreation has shown opportunity. Ultimately, you have a lot of diamonds in the city that perform a lot of skills and needs for the community. You classify those diamonds amongst these categories: Class 1, Class 2A, Class 2B, Class 3, and Class 4. For the purpose of this study, we focused on the concept of Class 1. What we attempted to do through this study was to compare our Class 1 facilities with those of other jurisdictions across the country to see if our Class 1 facility was comparable. Ultimately, what we recognized through this process is our Class 1 facility would not be comparable to that of other markets. It's not that our Class 1 facilities are bad, or not usable, or not playable, or not beneficial in the inventory. It's simply the Class 1 amenity that has become the standard in other cities would be of a higher performance standard than the one that we currently have in Regina. There's a number of takeaways that we would suggest highlight some gaps at Curry Field. And ultimately, for anybody that's been there, they're fairly quick to see in a simple walkabout. As we had an opportunity to tour the facility, what we will note is I think your team, as long as the Red Sox, do remarkable work with the tools they have. So that the tools in the age of their facility are in some cases working against them. From a baseball standpoint, what we can confirm is we saw growth of up to 20% during COVID-19. This is recreational users joining the sport, and many of them are young. That creates a bit of a bubble within the system, where that bubble will filter through play over the next 10 or 15 years, depending on how long those athletes continue to participate. Now, recognizing COVID-19 is a unique phenomenon, but we can highlight the fact that there was an increase in participation. Although softball and other recreational slow pitch have seen some variability in their participation, we can confirm that about 3,500 athletes are part of the sport of baseball in Regina. Our study took us to looking at a handful of ballparks across Canada. These were the sites that we looked at. Within the report, there's a number of averages that we've highlighted, and I wanted to draw your attention to them. The average age of the facilities that we studied were 37 years old. The current age of Curry is 54 years old. So our existing Class 1 ballpark is slightly older than the average. That being said, Saskatoon's was built in 1913, so we're doing way better than those guys. In terms of number of seats, Curry Field has 740 seats. The average number of seats in a Class 1 field across Western Canada is just under 3,100 seats. So the number of seats that we have at Curry Field would be about 2,000 seats short of what a Class 1 average would be in Western Canada. The distance to the downtown of this city, in most cases the ballpark is located at 4.7 kilometers from city center. We're sitting at just under 7 kilometers. So most ballparks are a little bit closer to the city core. In terms of the population of the cities that we studied and the communities that we studied, the average size of the communities that we studied represented about 148,000 person populations. And obviously, as Regina, we sit at about 230. So in short, our ballpark is older, has fewer seats, and we have a larger population than most of the sites studied, which would suggest that if we want to be average, we might be trailing the best practice expectations in Western Canada. The committee highlighted a number of fields that tend to come to the top of this list. Probably the one that we would note is there seems to be a desire for everybody to be Okotoks, Alberta. For a number of reasons, they have a wonderful program, they have a strong recreational program, they have a facility that is a partnership between public and private investment, but it's well used, it's well programmed, and it drives a significant tourism economy. That's the site that we spent a number of hours on researching, but ultimately there's many across Canada that could be considered. One of the other notes that we as a committee highlighted was the fact that Sylvan Lake has recently built a new facility which cost them $14 million, which could be considered a baseline standard for future in Regina. From a sport tourism standpoint, what we did recognize through this study is that sport tourism, particularly around baseball, is important to our city. We are a strong hosting community for baseball opportunities, softball and slow pitch. As many of us have seen, in some ways, baseball offsets our hockey hosting opportunities in the winter months. I don't want to minimize the fact that sport tourism is a massive economy within Canada. Baseball itself provides an opportunity of somewhere between $1 million and $5 million a summer, which isn't significant when we think about hosting events. As we look at our hotel rooms that are filled this weekend with the National Scott Dance competition, the ability to host in venues is important, and baseball is one that we may be lagging behind. From an engagement standpoint, we engage the user base within the baseball community. Nicole's notes of this is everybody feels we need better baseball facilities. That being said, they're all baseball people, so we would expect that that's what they would say. The component that we did take from this was there was a willingness to participate, not only from a financial standpoint, but also from a time and energy standpoint. And so if there is a desire to move forward with any further study, what I would recognize is I think there's an opportunity to engage the community. Ultimately, we've provided a handful of recommendations within this report that we think capture the unanimous consensus of the committee. I can state that the committee was aligned in its outcome in the fact that we should advance, and these recommendations are being recommended by each of the various parties within this committee. The first recommendation that we have is that there are identified gaps in the quality of operational performance of Currie Field. Second recommendation that we have is there's a gap in the number of seats and the seating options that are currently available at Currie Field. Third recommendation that we have is there's gaps related to the availability of synthetic baseball fields within the city of Regina. Fourth recommendation that we have is that our Class 1 category of field does not reasonably compare to the Category 1 field in other jurisdictions in Western Canada. What we consider a Class 1 field in Regina may need to be reconsidered going forward. Recommendation number 5 is that the committee believes that you should advance this work to a feasibility study to support your future planning and future decision making. Ultimately, this committee had a budget of $30,000. There's $24,772 remaining. So the committee performed the work that you've been delivered for just over $5,000. The committee is prepared to advance that $24,772 to future feasibility work, which we think will need a top up of $15,000. And the committee would also be willing to continue to participate in further study. And we thank you for the opportunity to present today.
Thank you very much. So what we're going to do before we move the report and open it up for questions, we are just gonna have everybody, now I'm gonna ask Jeff, if you're able to, we just have to move people here in the chambers. Tim, if you don't mind moving to just one spot over here to beside, Miss Besdell there. And then I'm gonna ask Michael Henderson, Michael Roma, and James Yauk to come down here to the 3 spots here, if you don't mind. So we're just gonna do a little bit of a shuffle. So, so what we're gonna do, thank you. So can I have someone move the report? And there'll be all 3 of the reports. Councillor Shaw, thank you. Okay, so this is an opportunity now. We've heard all of the 3 reports collectively. And I guess we can open it up for questions at this time. So as names go in the queue, ready? Seeing none? Just kidding. Okay. Is the blinking one the one that's, yeah, okay. All right. Councillor Mancinelli.
I really don't want to lead the questions off. I'm more putting my my mic on to announce I have an intent of a motion to move after some questions have been through. I think there's been a lot of good discussion here. I think it was very explanatory, which is why I don't have a lot of questions. The shape of the facilities, the thinking behind it was all very well explained. I would like to take some of the information and move this forward with a feasibility study in the motion, but after people have asked questions, I'll bring the motion forward. So I just wanted to announce my intention.
Thank you, Councillor Mancinelli. Okay, welcome, Councillor Stadnicek. You're next.
Thank you. I apologize, I didn't see the presentation, but I did read the document in depth and for the aquatics feasibility study. And so one of my questions was regarding the list of stakeholders that were consulted in the process. I didn't see on the list, and maybe there was a different process for them, but I didn't see lifeguards and swim instructors on the list. Were they consulted about
what would be ideal features of a indoor aquatic center, what their needs were, through the chair.
Who would like to take that?
Okay.
Go ahead. Who's that? Okay, Shauna, go ahead. Ms. Besdell?
Through the chair, I'll start and maybe I'll ask Mr. Roma to follow up. But yes, we did consult the Life Saving Association of Saskatchewan through our stakeholder consultations.
Okay, that was the Life Saving Association, but the actual employees who work as lifeguards and swim instructors at the pool, were they part of that consultation as well, through the chair?
Sorry. I will hand that over to Ms. Shaley.
Okay.
Through you, Mayor, or through the chair. My apologies, through the chair. Yes, our staff who work in the facilities were engaged in the process. In fact, we have one of them here with us today. And so there's been some fairly extensive engagement. The aquatics area is represented on our project team, and there were some discussions with the frontline staff throughout the process.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now, can I ask questions about the baseball feasibility
absolutely.
study?
So
okay.
everything you can, it's all together.
All right. So through the chair, one of my questions is that, I mean, it's a very comprehensive report. It's looking at the comparator communities. And what I noticed is that, I think with the exception of Winnipeg, none of those other communities have professional sports team. And so it would appear to me that baseball might be the biggest draw that they have in that community. So considering that we're not as large as Winnipeg to have several professional sports teams or semi-professional, do you have any assessment or have you calculated, taking that into consideration, how much a new baseball diamond would attract spectators in our community? Is the feeling that it would, through the chair?
Mr. Tim Reed, yeah.
Through the chair, I think it's an accurate assessment. And, two comments around that. The city of Winnipeg plays in a different league, which is a more professional league, arguably, than a collegiate league. So their level of play is independent baseball. So they would have a different audience than certainly we would be expecting here with our level of play. City of Edmonton would probably be the most comparable jurisdiction. The Prospects play in the same league as the Red Sox, and I think their average attendance sits around 1,800 based on our study. So ultimately, I don't know that playing in a location that would have professional teams would be a significant impact. That being said, I think if you're a baseball fan, you likely attend baseball games, but it's not tens of thousands of people. Their general attendance sits somewhere between 1,000 and 2,000 people. Some of the stronger teams might crack that 2,500, but ultimately it's not a massive fan base. So I don't think it's unaccustomed to seeing large centers that have multiple professional sporting teams have reasonable collegiate baseball franchises. But we're not looking at tens of thousand people. It's 2,000 to 3,000 people at best in attendance.
Thank you. That's all I have for questions.
Thank you, Councillor Stadnichuk. Councillor Stevens.
Thank you. I'll start with the last presentation on baseball. When we started this conversation, it was commenced with a $15 to $20 million facility. I read the report, seemed to have received enough information from that, so I'm kind of curious as to what would be next. None of the numbers support spending that kind of money on a new facility. 750 people average. The ask was for a facility that could house 25 to 3,000. That doesn't seem to be in the cards. So if we go to the next step, what precisely would that entail? Would it be a conversation about perhaps decommissioning older sites, investing in higher quality but fewer AstroTurf facilities? I want to know precisely what would be the next step and why we should pursue it.
Through the chair, great question. I almost would reference the process that you followed with aquatics or perhaps the arena. I think what we've highlighted is there's a gap in the quality that's provided. What we can't speak to is whether there's truly a feasibility model to it. I think acknowledging the question, the reality of it is baseball within Canada is not the same as baseball within the United States unless you're the Toronto Blue Jays. And it becomes much more recreational in nature than it does become about semi-pro or professional athletes. And so I think the next phase of this would be specific to Curry Field. I think it would perform an analysis on whether that facility could be augmented or modernized, whether there was a need to partner on a future development. I think to your question, it would be the same process that you've seen with the Aquatic Center, or the same one that you saw with the arena report that came forward today. It would actually put together the programming models, the capital investment pro forma, and the future operating model for the facility. And we didn't do any of that in the needs assessment. So I think it would give you the answers that you needed to be able to make informed planning decisions in the future.
Okay, thank you. And just to be clear, for that assessment, it's not just about a facility. It could feasibly be about a number of smaller facilities throughout the city, correct?
Through the chair, it would really focus on your Class 1 facility. That being said, I think council could ask us to expand the scope of that work. But right now, it would be Curry Field and the 4 or 5 Class 1 facilities that would be in consideration,
Okay.
was our thought.
Then if I could follow up with city staff about that. This needs assessment suggests that our baseball diamonds as a whole need some work. So if this focus is just on a Class 1, what might also be undertaken at the city level to bring our existing 100 and some facilities up to where they need to be?
Who wants to take that? Ms. Shaley? Thank you.
Through the chair, so there's maybe a couple of things that I'll share. The Recreation Master Plan, as you heard, does speak to the need to improve quality of diamonds. We have enough. We just need to improve the quality. If there is a gap, it's the full-size diamond, which Mr. Reid is talking about. These are the diamonds that are used by mostly 18 and under, 15 and under, and then adults. And so the recommendation does align with the Recreation Master Plan. The other piece of work that we would undertake is just doing audits of all of the diamonds and putting together recommendations around costing so that council could consider that work through the budget process.
Thank you. Regarding the aquatics facility, can I get some clarity on the kind of city we're envisioning using this? So we often project $350,000 or so, thousand population. Is this facility aimed at seeing that facility accommodate a larger urban center, or is it just at the population and user demands now?
Who would like to take that one? Mr. Henderson? Or who would?
I'll happily respond. The projections are forward-looking, so the numbers we have been looking at are in the 300,000 range for a build-out, and if we had the table up on the screen, we would be able to kind of indicate that the functional level was really at today, and then the optimized was really a forward-looking number. So I don't have the specific population projection. Maybe Michael Roma does, but it was definitely in the 300,000 range.
Okay, thank you.
Did you want to respond yet? Go ahead.
I feel obliged to now.
Sorry.
The chair.
What's that? No, it's yellow. It's won't go green. Okay, good. You go ahead.
Through the chair, I would just echo that. I just said I feel obliged to answer now that I was called upon there, but there isn't like a population per square foot ratio that we follow with this kind of planning work. The comment that I think came through in our presentation, and I'm sure will be asked again and we'll speak to again throughout this discussion, is this is a grandiose solution to your indoor aquatics kind of issue that you're dealing with right now. And that's a combination of you having excess demand as a city, so there's more activity that could occur if there were more facilities for it to occur in, an asset management headache that you have with an aging facility, and a future population growth consideration, which you brought up, Councillor Stevens. So what we think in the optimized facility is that it addresses all three of those kind of discussion points or sources of need. But I don't think we could comfortably say that if you build this, you won't hear from the indoor aquatics community until you are over 300,000 in population. I don't think we could comfortably say that, but it does address all three of those aspects of meeting need for indoor aquatics.
Thank you. Mike, you remember the conversation we had earlier. There was a pretty nasty conversation about Maple Leaf Pool. It really was a question of priorities. You've used this presentation, the assessment on a super facility. I understand the super users and the competitive swim, et cetera, but the recreation component. We have a number of other aquatic facilities that are in dire need of investment. So what are your thoughts about, okay, we'd upgrade the existing facility or we'd build a new facility for the competitive swim. What do we do with the Sandra Schmirler, which is actually identified as one of the most heavily used facility? Could we perhaps put the recreation amenities in a bunch of facilities? So I guess the short answer, or the short question here is a whole bunch of investment over a couple of facilities or one super complex. And then does that mean a decommissioning of existing facilities?
Through the chair, I'm assuming others will have more to add on this, but I think what the study team sees this whole project as is an opportunity to really dramatically improve the provision of indoor aquatics in the city. We weren't charged with doing that at necessarily in a combination of different projects. So if this is the one train to ride, this is what we would kind of recommend be included in that program. There could be some opportunities to kind of split it up like you're referring to there, but I would say that on the leisure side of things, the recreation and leisure, which is going to be a completely new experience, really a new service being offered in the city, something better than the Schmirler, even though that is your most busy one, that part of what makes it new or better is the fact that it'll all be in one place and that it'll all include a variety of leisure options. So the more you split those up into different sites or different investments, you do lose some of that attraction, if you will, and you lose some of the ability to add certain leisure amenities that put you onto that next tier. So I guess it's kind of a convoluted answer. I would say that there could be opportunity to split that investment up, but it would still need to be in the same scale, and I think you would lose some of the appeal if you were to do that, unless you even increase the investment further in those kind of pods or smaller chunks.
Okay, thank you. I'll ask the same question to city staff. I don't think we can divorce these different issues. So let's say we go ahead with this facility. What do we do with the existing recreation facilities? We keep them as is, we'll still need to invest. We're adding a whole bunch of new infrastructure that needs its own maintenance. So what's your response to this request for a new super facility?
Ms. Shaley, go ahead.
Through the chair. So we do recognize that there are additional investments that need to happen within the next 10 to 15 years, particularly at the Northwest Leisure Centre and the Schmirler Centre. As you know, we do have a 10-year recreation capital program, and the modernization and investments that are required in those facilities are included as a part of that plan. We have had discussions as to what programming elements could be moved to those facilities. There are space limitations in terms of ability to expand those facilities. Both the Northwest Leisure Centre and the Schmirler Centre have some fairly significant space limitations, and so our focus in the future is really modernizing the space that exists. And we also are trying to look at aquatics sort of as a system in terms of trying to move programming to whatever facility makes most sense. So just as an example, there's certain types of lessons that we would tend to offer at the Schmurter Center and the Northwest Leisure Center right now because they provide better space for those kinds of lessons. So we would continue to look at all of our programs in that overall context of what sort of fits best where. We're even having conversations with the University of Regina right now in terms of trying to maximize use of facilities by moving the activities that make most sense to be at the university over there and keeping other activities at our facilities. So we'll continue to plan in that kind of manner.
Thank you. Through the chair, I'll follow up on that question. I suspect the U of R facility is on borrowed time. It'll shut down. They won't rebuild it. Does this new aquatic facility account for absorbing what would otherwise be used at the University of Regina?
Who wants to take that one? Thank you. Ms. Besdell, go ahead.
Sure. Thank you, through the chair. Yes, correct. So the University of Regina was one of the stakeholders that we engaged with, as well as they were a member of our community advisory committee. Of course, we don't know what the certainty is of their pool and whether it'll be replaced at the end of its life. But if something happens, it is not replaced, we would be able to assume that capacity.
Okay, thank you. This question is basically for planners, and it applies to all of these recreation demands. We have an official community plan, we have a downtown plan, we have a Yards neighborhood plan, we have a North Central community action plan, a neighborhood plan. We have a proposal here that might see recreation amenities built on Taylor Field, downtown, and elsewhere. To what extent were planners involved with this? And use one example. Let's say we go ahead with the aquatic facility and we presume it'll be on the Yards land. Will we still be able to access the federal funds, which are restricted use? And secondly, does that still enable us to pursue our existing neighborhood plan for that area, which includes commercial and recreation? I think as Mr. Reid suggested at the start, these are planning documents. And I'd like to know how this fits into existing city building models that we've already approved.
Who would like to take that one? Ms. Blaisdell? Go ahead.
Thank you, through the chair. I'm not sure if you remember, but when we undertook the neighborhood planning process for the Yards, we did actually have a shadow plan for the Yards neighborhood, which included an event center type. Similar square footage on the plan per se. Of course, there would be more work that needs to be done and more consultation with regards to exactly what that, if the pool was to go on the Yards, what that would look like. However, everything that we understand is we would still be able to meet the conditions of the federal and provincial funding through the Build Canada funding.
Terrific. So then I'll ask about the old Taylor Field site. There were some legends of a promise of housing and affordable housing. I don't know where it came from. I don't know who made those promises, but it is in North Central, and we have a North Central community plan. Is that the right place for recreation amenities? What does the current plan suggest? What's the current state of planning for what we were supposed to do with that particular space in Regina? Any comments?
Yeah, Ms. Blaisdell, go ahead.
Through the chair, there was not a formal neighborhood planning process undertaken at the time when the RRI was initiated. It was phase 3, understanding that there was going to have to be a more consultative neighborhood planning process. That would still have to be done for the remainder of those lands.
Okay. Can I get a commitment then from administration that we actually have a meaningful public consultation about what to do with that site, and then we would roll out different discussions about what we would put there, whether it's all recreation or urban development? I see nods, so yes, thank you. When my understanding, when Mosaic Stadium was first being contemplated and designed and then built, there were some fantastic promises that accompanied it, such as, you know, trails and all sorts of activation. Haven't seen it. I saw that bolted into these plans. what kind of assurance can the community get that that'll actually be built? So it's not just about the site, it's connectivity. If I'm the member of the public and I'm a bit cynical, how do I assure that that promise is actually fulfilled this time?
Who wants to take that?
For sure. I can.
Mr. Reid, go ahead.
I think I'll speak on behalf of the Arena Committee, and I'll also speak in behalf of the operator of Mosaic Stadium. It's an unfortunate miss that we have with the lack of connectivity that we have between downtown and the Real District. You know, the reality of it is the Real District is 3.7 million visitors. And on weekends like this weekend, well, we'll be activated for a football game, hosting Scott Dance, which has thousands of competitors. All of those people are staying downtown, and they need, because you can't find a rental car anywhere in the country right now, to walk to Mosaic Stadium. And for anybody that's made that walk, it's probably the most unsafe walk that we have in our entire city. It's just simply dangerous. And so I would speak to the fact that our Arena Committee was quite purposeful in the messaging of, you have a magnificent trail system in places that is not connected. That being said, even if we do put in a path between downtown and Real, there is a need for a plan around Taylor Field, because that vacant land without a plan will remain unsafe. And so I think the commitment actually should come from council as a statement of this must occur for any of those developments to happen. Because I think what happened at Mosaic is we focused on building a football stadium, and we forgot all the pieces that have to connect that to the greater city. And so I would echo Councillor Stevens' comments. However, and I agree with them wholeheartedly, but I think it has to be a firm requirement of any development on behalf of City Council. Otherwise, simply those dollars will end up going into the buildings themselves, and we'll miss something greater in connectivity. So from our side, we're quite committed and passionate about improving that. I think it's a more complex answer and probably a planning initiative, as Councillor Stevens suggests, around how we connect these. But I would suggest to you as council that the commitment actually comes from you of a requirement that those connectivities occur. Otherwise, those funds simply end up in new swimming pools, arenas, or football stadiums.
Thank you. If I could follow up on that, if we're thinking about the downtown arena concept, I appreciate the honesty and the claim here that it's not going to magically pay for itself. I think the community probably could use that about a decade ago. There are individuals on these planning committees that are very much invested in the downtown financially and real estate. Has there been any expression of interest to build apartments, condos, residential and commercial development as part of their contribution to what otherwise is going to benefit them financially through a property value lift?
Through the chair, I would say through the planning process, we had a number of engaged parties reach out to us, not just ones that are currently active within the Regina marketplace. So hoteliers, restaurateurs, developers, a number of them have reached out with an expression of interest in participating. One of the comments that I would bring back to in the recommendations is the statement on behalf of the Arena Committee that said the evaluation of success will be, for every dollar of public investment made, there will be a dollar of private investment, highlighting the fact that a number of civic leaders that have active investments in the downtown core endorse that. I think not only was there a statement of interest in doing so, I believe by that recommendation there is a commitment that they realize they will have to invest in our downtown core. And so, although I can't say, hey, here's the commitment, what I will say, with the endorsement of the members that represent the downtown bid, as well as the warehouse bid, I think all of them realize that there will have to be private money that comes to the table. Perhaps not in the arena, but certainly surrounding the arena. So yes, there were expressions of interest by virtue of the recommendation and the way that recommendation specifically was drafted. I think everybody is aware that private money has to circle an investment downtown.
Okay, thank you. Through the chair, I'll conclude with some financial questions. I know we're not entirely there yet, but keep it high level. In 2018, we asked the federal and provincial governments through ISIP for about $83 million for that aquatic facility. A couple of weeks ago, it was $123 million. Today, it's $173 million. By the time this meeting's over, it's probably $193 million. Barry's not here to have a heart attack. I'll add up and I'm imagining about a $340 to $350 million infrastructure ask. Split that three ways if we assume the kind of offers we're seeing from the levels of government at the top. Where does this fit into our financial capacity? And secondly, do we have to start shifting capital priorities around. If we pursue these, what would have to be displaced, moved around, et cetera? High level, like is that starting to be part of the discussion, or are we still going to wait?
Who would like to take that? Thank you, Mr. Nicol.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. In Mr. Lacey's absence, I think it's worth just reminding members of council and the public that at this point in time, yes, this is very high level. Any further work that may be directed in this regard moving forward is going to have to lay out a financial plan. I don't think anybody thinks that this is going to happen overnight. I don't think that whatever projects would be on board will necessarily materialize over the next year or two. This is a longer range plan. I think it was referenced in an earlier presentation. It is essentially generational. And it also goes without saying that at any point in time, when administration would come forward with any kind of financial recommendations or options, it's ultimately going to be council that's going to have to potentially prioritize things. We will certainly take into account the needs, the presentations we've heard and may hear, further work that's done, and I would imagine we would come up, or I would commit that we would be coming up with a financial plan, which will look at all options in terms of financing, whether that may be additional debt, maybe there's new programs from the federal and provincial government, there may be things that we can utilize. But at the end of the day, and Councillor, you've already mentioned about the Schmerler and the Northwest Leisure Centres, part of this going forward is going to be some tough prioritizing decisions. And so that's what I would commit to, that whatever we bring forward, ultimately it will be you as members of council who will have to make the ultimate final decision in terms of where we go, how we get there, and which goes first, if any.
Thank you. I'm sure others have questions.
Mr. Tim Reid, you want to respond as well?
I just wanted to add a comment through our study as the Arena Committee. Is one of the takeaways as we were approaching various funding buckets that we took from this exercise was there's a handful of requirements that you need for any federal level of funding around any of these projects. One is you need a site plan. Two is you need your capital planning overview. Three is you need your operational model, and you need your utilization models. And so what I would comment just through the chair, although it's not a financing piece, before we can source alternatives government investment, those commitments have to be understood. And so part of our takeaway through this, and certainly checking with city administration, was we actually can't apply for those programs unless you understand your site, you understand your capital investment, you understand your operating model, and you understand your utilization model. And that utilization model actually has to be specific to the users of the amenities and the various diversity groups. And so just adding some commentary to Councillor Stevens' comment and through the chair, I think it is important to realize that as much as we talk about sourcing other levels of government investment, it actually can't occur unless we have an idea that we can put in front of them that is fairly well crafted.
Thank you for that. Councillor Hawkins.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I appreciate the delegations this morning, all of whom have made interesting and indeed exciting suggestions and proposals. I want to ask about transformational placemaking. That Mr. Reid used this in connection with the arena, but in connection with all of the projects being considered. Appropriately, this morning we discussed, for the most part, the interiors of buildings and what will go on in the inside of buildings. But transformational placemaking also involves what the exterior of the building looks like. And I suppose Mosaic Stadium is an example of the importance of architectural exterior design. What thought has gone into that aspect of these kinds of projects? We see for the arena some pretty interesting exterior designs. The aquatic center looked a bit boxy on the exterior to me. How are we going to make sure that every one of these buildings, when it's eventually built, is going to present an inviting exterior to the public?
Who would like to take that? Okay, Ms. Mazel, go ahead.
Through you, the chair, I'll start with the indoor aquatics facility. Again, the process that we went through was conceptual, it was feasibility, so we did not focus on the architectural finishes of what the building is going to look like. There were a lot of synergies discussed with regards to co-locating outdoor spaces, what some of those amenities would look like. I would maybe ask Mr. Henderson if he had anything else to add to that.
Go ahead.
Thank you, and through the chair, I wholeheartedly agree with the sentiment that all of these projects, but I'm invested in the aquatic one, that it would be a transformational urban space, not just on the interior, but specifically within its site and specifically within its larger site context. So that could mean many things, right? Part of it is the architecture for sure, and as an architect, I'm invested in that. But so much of it is not just about the architecture. So much of it is about the landscape. So much of it is about the larger connections that we've been talking to the downtown, adjacencies to other facilities. So the planning is boxy right now. But that's intentional. It's intentional so that we don't get distracted by the architecture, and I think that is something as a professional that we've come to realize that it's very easy to sell the image, and you can sell the image very quickly, but sometimes that doesn't do you the favor of the deep thinking and the deep understanding of the other things that need to go into it. So we were very intentional, and my project team members can back me up on this, as I've often said, don't go there yet. It's just not time for architecture. What we need to know now is what you need. What we need to know now is what you want in the community, and whether it's a farmer's market or a public plaza on the corner facing another public plaza, those are the type of conversations that we've been engaging in. And so I guess I'm supporting your comment on whether it's the right thing to do to have these as urban spaces and public gestures. They wholeheartedly are. And the architecture will come, and it will be of its place and of its time, and it will be forward-thinking and inspirational, but that's only one part of it.
Through you, Madam Chair, I'd like to pursue this a little bit, and I'd like to hear from Mr. Reid on this. I think we should be distracted by the architecture right from the get-go. Otherwise, I think it gets left to a kind of afterthought. Mr. Reid, some of the sites that you've talked about have historic buildings on them. Has any thought been given to, as part of the exterior envelope, the architectural statement, the transformational statement, has any site been given to preserving those heritage aspects that may crop up in any one of these projects?
Absolutely, and through the chair, I might actually begin by saying I think some of the best transformational projects that we've seen that engage sport, recreation, and entertainment facilities are in heritage communities. I'll reference some of the ones that the Futures Committee would have spoken to in Kansas City or Columbus, where they repurposed old parts of their communities. The success of those projects were embracing the heritage. And not all the time, however, conveniently making a statement about this is part of our heritage. And so relative to the arena project, as we can highlight, one of the sites particularly has a heritage component. As council will note in the reports, our belief is that we engage with that heritage and we include it. In fact, the forward-facing experience of coming to that venue is proposed to be part of a heritage statement. Ultimately, building upon your previous comment and the comments of others, the transformational opportunity you have in this is that you don't have to do it all tomorrow, nor should you. But if you could build a plan for this that outlines where we go over the next 20 years, you could connect these facilities, whether that's from pathways or vehicular or transit stops. But long before anybody gets to swim or eat popcorn in an arena, they experience these buildings from the external side of them. They drive by them, they walk through the gates. What we're proposing is a 1.5 million person lift in visiting these amenities, and they're all amenities that we have, and that changes our community. I think coming back to your comments about transformation, this is about growth, it's not about staying the same. And as we did media around the arena discussion yesterday, there was a comment that said, well, will this compete with existing amenities? And our response was, well, only if we don't intend to grow as a city. And so if we are ambitious or audacious, as we like to say, I think these buildings do have to be great. They have to be experienced from the external long before they're enjoyed from the internal of them. But we have to recognize this is 1.5 million more people going to use the facilities that we already have. But they won't be old and tired facilities. They'll be great facilities. You know, facilities that make you proud to call Regina home. And I think we do need to embrace that concept and the connectivity and the themes between the various elements.
Thank you, Madam Chair. A few more, perhaps more specific questions. I just noticed reading the material and in the discussion this morning, cricket only came up once and probably more often, but that's what I noticed. Many of the new immigrants to Regina, particularly in the ward I represent, are active with cricket. Where does cricket fit in with all of these sports that we're talking about?
So I can speak on behalf of the baseball presentation that did meet with the Cricket Association, and what we would suggest is they're growing rapidly, and the amenities that they have are probably under-resourced. Challenge that we have as North Americans, we actually don't have a lot of the equipment easily available to manicure and maintain cricket pitches. One of the comments that I would share with you as council is Cricket USA invested more this year in capital infrastructure than Football USA did. And so from a statement of position, it's probably important to recognize that the growth that we're seeing in more global sports, such as soccer these days, is probably something that we should expect to experience here in Regina. Cricket is a growing sport in Canada and certainly in pockets of it. So yes, we do believe cricket can be incorporated into a new baseball amenity, but it should be done so with purpose. That being said, it may not meet the needs of the existing cricket community. And I think we identified, and Mr. May speak to this, that there is an opportunity to be better in that sport, and we will need to meet the growing demand.
Go ahead, yeah, you can continue.
Thank you, Madam Chair. On a different subject, in the university some while back did work on this. There's a warm water aquifer runs through Regina. Any possibility that resource could be used to help improve the sustainability of some of these recreational facilities, and I think specifically perhaps of a pool?
Mr. Reid?
I can speak to the study that was done and that was shared with us, and then perhaps I'll let the folks that understand pools better than I do speak to it. During the planning process around the Arena Strategy Committee, we received a presentation on behalf of researchers at the U of R that suggested that there was an opportunity for geothermal use for heating in the various amenities, specifically tied to the Aquatic Center. It was included as a development initiative where the researchers felt there would be funding available at national levels because of the geothermal and frankly the unique environmental practices. All that being said, yes, there is an opportunity for geothermal to be included in any of the facilities proposed today. We performed an independent review with a private engineering firm who suggested that the data of the researchers was accurate, although they did caution certain elements around future geothermal use. But in short, through the chair, all of these facilities could be used for geothermal heating, and it does change modestly the design and the development of the buildings.
Anyone else? Mr. Henderson, go ahead. There you go.
Yes, through the chair. I agree with the last statement. It is definitely something that we will be looking at. It is often somewhat site-specific, so where the aquatic project lands will be a factor in that study for sure. And it's also, as you can expect, one part of a larger strategy that we will be employing with respect to energy performance in the building, and it is definitely on the table as one of the strategies, but sometimes strategies don't mix very well. And if we're having to invest in other types of heat reclamation, it may put that off the table, or they may be synergistic, they may work very well together, but that's not always the case, and we don't know that yet. So to the question, it is definitely on our radar. It's definitely one of the aspects in the next phase of work to understand that better once we have site selection. But then also as we develop other mechanical strategies within the project, we need to evaluate it against those as well.
Thank you. Madam Chair, two more questions. I think I can be quick. Partnerships were mentioned, particularly with respect to the pool, but I think maybe perhaps with other facilities as well. I agree with Councillor Stevens that it seems unlikely that the University of Regina will be building a new pool anytime soon. In terms of the pool, our partnerships like the university, the YMCA, perhaps even the rural municipalities near Regina, are those partnerships being explored with respect to these facilities?
Who wants to take that? Ms. Blaisdell, go ahead.
Through you, Madam Chair. Yes, of course, we did issue an expression of interest for partnerships. We do have ongoing conversations with our regional neighbors, which will be furthered through the next stage and understanding if there is opportunities there. As I believe it was Mr. Henderson indicated, the interest that we received through the expression of interest was not substantial to make any changes to the footprint of the building. However, we would have a more formal process to engage a partner in the next stage.
Thank you. And finally, Madam Chair, a long time ago, when I was very young, growing up in Manitoba, I seem to recollect that Winnipeg built a swimming pool and attracted the Pan Am Games because of the building of that pool. Would it be possible to consider, as we plan and stage, that we could keep in mind not just the building of a new building, but its opening be associated with a major intercontinental, maybe even international sporting event for our city?
Who would like to take that? Ms. Blaisdell, go for it.
Sure. Through you, Madam Chair. Of course, that would be the hope that we would be able to track those types of events. I'm going to hand it over to the professionals in this and see if they have anything further to add on how we would do that.
Mr. Henderson, go ahead.
Yes, through the chair, thank you. I'm smiling because I have fond memories of my brother on the 10-meter in the Winnipeg Pan Am pool, looking over the edge and then kind of chickening out, then looking over the edge and then chickening out. 10 meters is pretty tall. So it's a wonderful facility and has been very valuable for the city of Winnipeg. Yes, I mean, this is aspirational for me in some sense, but I think the optimized version where there's 2 50-meter pool tanks is a version where you could attract international level of competition. It gets a little bit more complicated when you take the tier down at functional, because Swim Canada and the international events, they do require some overlay in terms of area, and then the expectations around the secondary tank are variable as well. So the 2 50-meter pool tank scheme is a viable scheme that would bring in a extended level of competition. And when I say extended, I mean more international. The national level we believe we have covered, but that more international level would require the higher level of investment.
Thank you very much. I think that that kind of thinking doesn't just apply to a pool, although it does. It might apply to soccer and other kinds of sports that Mr. Reid has spoken about this morning. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. Councillor Shaw.
Sorry, it's been a while. I have a couple questions. We talked about in the slide there, it said that we have a 40% recovery for the pool. Now, can I ask, is that based on the users that we have now, or is that based on the increase of the users that we'll have with the bigger pool? Through the chair.
Suppose so.
Through the chair, I'll start and then I'll hand it over to the consultants to follow up with any further detail. Both in our current facility, we are experiencing about a 40% recovery, as well as what we are projecting in the new facility. Of course, those numbers would be greater because they're a larger facility, but it would still be expected that we would be able to maintain a 40% cost recovery, given what we analyzed through the feasibility study. And I would ask Mr. Roma if he has anything further to add.
Go ahead. Mr. Roma, there you go.
Through the chair, just to add a little bit more detail around how those projections were developed, because at that point of our presentation, we were rushing through it.
Yeah.
It's based on an estimated amount of swim visits of around 600,000, which is about 3 times the amount of use that you see right now at the existing facility. And the modeling and the revenues and the expenses were based on hourly usage estimates. So it's a very detailed operating projection that I guess was simplified in our presentation with you, but I would still say, and I'm pretty sure I neglected to say this before, I would treat it at about a plus or minus 20% right now in terms of the accuracy of it, just because we don't even know what the facility looks like yet, where it's located, and so on. But from experience at this level of planning, the level of accuracy or detail that you have in that operating budget is as good as I've been involved in. And I would say kudos to your staff, because they were very heavily involved in developing that with us.
Thank you. You brought up Mansask. It's a big competition that we have in Winnipeg at the Pan Am facility. Is this something that Regina could host if this goes through the chair?
Should I respond to that? Yeah. Through the chair, I believe so, yes, and I don't know all the details of all the events and what their overlay needs are, but at the optimized level, you really are getting a first-class national level facility, which would be the envy of everyone, I would say. So this level of competition, yes, I think you could.
Thank you, because that's Alberta, Saskatchewan, and Manitoba, breathing a lot of swimmers. One last question. You came to us at the Accessibility Committee with the wheelchair water slide. We've talked about how we need to be accessible, we need to be inviting for everybody. I just want to know, where is that? I know you're coming back to us in September, hopefully, but it's just a matter of so many people that are unable to walk upstairs, elderly people, children. We always accommodate them with an elevator, with something else. Can you just mention a little bit around that question that I brought up and your answer to possibly this wheelchair water slide, and us being the first in Canada to ever have something like that? Through the chair.
Yes, through the chair. It's a fascinating area of research. So there are not a lot of examples. We have been doing research around what is available in North America, and there are some in the States in outdoor water parks that have accessible features. Water slides, somewhat like water slides. So there's nothing that is popping out right now as that's the one we need. That haven't manifested itself yet. But we are committed to the cause, and at the level of study that our concept is at right now, it is still one of the project goals, and is regularly discussed. So it's on the agenda. We haven't furthered the list of features of any of the areas really to that level of detail yet. So. But we are doing this as kind of a matter of interest in the background research, and I think there's definitely some viable options. They all take up a bit of landscape, right? They have areas that are associated with them, and then there's also technology. If it was to be an elevator or something like that, there would be technology that we would need to right size for the pool environment that. We'd need to do some research in as well. But it's not just a technological issue. There's operational challenges around it as well, just in terms of how do we staff it, how do we operate it, and all those kind of questions. And we haven't really had those conversations yet.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you. Councillor Zakidniak.
Thank you. Okay, so my first question is related to the survey response indicating that only 10% of respondents were interested, thought that an arena downtown was a good idea. And my understanding of some of the rationale stated today about why is recommended to be located downtown is the amount of private investment that could occur downtown. What my question is what are the next steps in terms of engaging with residents to explain the rationale? That's a significant response that only 10% were interested. So how does the committee plan to address that discrepancy with the community?
Thank you for the question, and through the chair. A couple pieces to it. I would start by saying I don't think it's an uncommon response based on the research that we had seen in other jurisdictions. Having lived through the experience of running Rexall Place and moving to Rogers Place, everybody said I can't park my half-ton downtown, and after game one it was dealt with. We had the privilege of meeting with the folks that run the Avenir Center in the city of Moncton about their experience, where their community said the same thing, we won't be able to park downtown, and ultimately they found actually a fantastic app that they've shared with our city, I believe, that highlights where available parking spots are and where your closest bus stop is. And so I think part of it can be addressed through the operations side, but I would agree there needs to be some public consultation on it. Ultimately, I think if this project decides to advance to a place that we are going to sincerely look at the downtown location based on the direction of yourself as council. If there's continued work on behalf of the committee, I do think we will have to engage, and there'll have to be a purposeful strategy, not only on the parking, but also the transit opportunities and the experience of what downtown could look like. At this point, there is not a plan on behalf of the committee to go beyond where we are, because essentially we've completed our work and provided to you for consideration as a priority. I'd suggest that if this becomes a priority project, then that's probably a significant amount of the engagement that whatever committee decides to advance this will need to do.
Okay. Great. That actually brings me to my next question. So most of these reports are receive and file at this point, 2 of 3. The baseball stadium next steps are very clear. It's a feasibility study that's recommended. Can you give some more clarity? Like you said, the work is now completed. That was asked of the committee for the arena. For the arena and pool then, this is receive and file. What are the next steps?
I can certainly speak on behalf of the arena portion. I think as your operator from the Regina Exhibition Association, our perspective on this was you'd asked us the future of the Brand Center. We provided a document that allows you a planning tool. I think our hope on this one would be that you would receive it in file and you would include it in your traditional prioritization around long-term planning within the city. Ultimately, our sense is you have between 5 and 10 years before you have to make a decision on the future of a mid-sized multi-purpose event center. But ultimately, we think this should fall into your regular planning cycle. And if you decide that this is a priority, or for some reason that it needs to become a priority, then we would have good documentation to support what happens next.
Thank you. And so you may have already answered this question through your last one. In terms of, if I'm a member of the public and I'm wondering, I guess I am a member of the public, but if I'm wondering when I will have more information about the potential timeline and proposals to fund these, it sounds like that is unknown at this point. It sort of depends how council plans to prioritize these initiatives. Is that an accurate statement?
Through the chair, it would be. At this point, we believe that we've finished our needs assessment and feasibility for the arena. Obviously, the baseball study has more work to do, and I believe there may be a different process around aquatics, but ultimately, until council tells us to do more work, our work would be complete at this time.
Okay. And another question, this is specific to the pool. So there are a lot of really interesting environmental recommendations related to that. And I'm looking at the next steps proposed. Earlier in the document, it mentions, so a next step is an environmental assessment report. There was also a recommendation for a climate risk assessment. Can someone give me an idea of when this climate risk assessment would be completed? It's not indicated in the next general steps of the project.
Ms. Besdell?
Through you, Madam Chair. At this point, the feasibility study is a receive and file, just as the arena planning study is as well. We would await further direction from council. We believe that the next steps would be identifying location, and then, of course, consenting for us to continue on with detailed design. And in order to do that, we need to know what the location is. So those studies would be done once we have a location identified.
Okay. And there is some mention in the report of life cycle assessment. Will that be part of the process as well for the pool? A life cycle, so when we're considering the environmental impacts, what's the complete life cycle assessment of the pool as we're considering these impacts?
Through the chair, correct. The life cycle impacts were part of the feasibility study.
Okay.
At the feasibility study stage. I'm just going to ask Mr. Henderson or Mr. Roma to add any more detail to that.
Who'd like to respond to that? Mr. Henderson, go ahead.
Yes, thank you through the chair. At the level of costing that we did in our feasibility study, we performed a life cycle assessment as well on the new build and the reno and addition options. And so that information is available in the report. At every stage moving forward, when we do a formal costing exercise, we would likely update that life cycle assessment as well. As more information on the design of the project becomes available through costing, we would update it. That would be kind of another level of the costing exercise that we would update.
Okay. And also, I note that the pool is projected to be net zero ready. There's not a commitment to an initial net zero in operations. Can you give some more information about why we can't just say, well, this will be net zero from day one?
Yes, through the chair. It's a complicated answer to give at the level of design we're at right now. And so although it is possible within the Canadian context to do a net zero pool, it is very, very challenging. Pools are major energy consumers. And in different parts of the country, the response that we select in order to achieve that is different. In BC, you can imagine, where energy is very affordable, electrical energy is very affordable, we have perhaps a leg up. In this context, it is more challenging. Now, that is not throwing the towel in, that's accepting the challenge. And the question is, as a project team, how do we accept the challenge and how do we get there? And what resources will we have available to do that? Part of those are site specific. So if there's a site that has resources available, like good geothermal or adjacency to a heat producing neighbor or great sun exposure, then we can do the math and figure out the way to get there. I believe it's our duty to get there. As a responsible architect, someone that builds, we need to do this, and we need to do it for this project. How we'll get there, I just can't tell you at this point because we don't have enough detail. And the cost of how we get there, again, we've made allowances within our costing that we believe are reasonable, but they need to be proven out.
Okay. So that actually brings me to my next question, which is about all of the projects. I'm not sure who this will be appropriate for, but we need to ensure that all new projects are aligned with city plans. For example, the energy and sustainability framework, but also the community safety and well-being plan, and there's others. So what I'm wondering is, and communicating with those teams at the city. So will that be bolted into future steps for all of these potential projects? I don't know if that's a city manager question.
I thought Councillor Stevens asked that, unless it was different than if there's a response. I think we heard that from Councillor Stevens, but if you want to elaborate, go ahead.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Yes, I think it's a given, Councillor Zakidniak, that we will be looking at all those kind of things. I mean, Council has an approved plan to move to full environmental sustainability by 2050. Everything has to be taken into account. So there's lots of things to look at as we move forward, and those would certainly be outlined in any future reports that would be forthcoming to council.
Okay, and then my last question. So we have like the current locations for the Brandt Center, the Lawson, the baseball stadium. There was some discussion about what might happen within the reports, but I'm like, if you can give just a general overview about what's proposed for the current locations, again, of the Brandt Center and Lawson. But also I'm wondering, in terms of the baseball stadium, I may have missed this, but I didn't see that discussed in the report. Like, is there still consideration of this, whether there would be renovations to the existing site, the Curry Field, or are we beyond that? And what is planned for these current locations?
Mr. Reid, go ahead.
Through the chair, perhaps I can speak to the baseball report, and I can speak to the arena report and some of the recommendations that were made within. The baseball report is simply the needs assessment and recommending we go to a feasibility. Within the next phase of study, I believe the assessment on modernizing the existing facility versus building new would occur, as well as the discussion on a location if the recommendation was to build new.
Okay.
Within the arena report, you'll note that it was quite specific on the recommendations that were provided from the committee to you as council.
Mm-hmm.
And ultimately, the recommendations were quite clear that the arena should be developed in a downtown location. The committee felt strongly that council should explore the aquatic center on the yard site as an element of a signature sustainable development. And because of that, the concept of adjoining the baseball facility and the soccer facility in an integration at the Lawson site should be considered. Mm-hmm. They also provided very clear messaging within the arena report that the development of two mixed use sites at Taylor Field and the yards at a concurrent time would likely be detrimental to both projects because we just simply don't have the absorption rate in our city. So from a feasibility standpoint, the baseball report's still working through the discussion on location versus renovate or maintain or build new. However, the arena report was quite particular based on the request of council on how these catalyst projects would assemble collectively and was outlined as I just shared.
And I believe what was proposed for the existing Brandt Center then was an agricultural facility or recreational.
Through the chair,
right?
That's correct.
And then, and the Lawson was recommended to be decommissioned. And so we'd have a vacant area there, and those materials would be repurposed, however, like recycled or reused in some way. Is that accurate? That's as far as we are right now, or is there any additional information?
Mr. Reid?
I think my understanding from the team is that the Lawson facility, because of its structure, will be difficult to repurpose. So it essentially would be returned to vacant land, which, to be honest, is on a fairly significant corridor, which probably has significant commercial opportunities, would be our perspective as real. But I do think the repurposing options around the Lawson were not quite as feasible as the repurposing options on the Brandt Center, but I may let the aquatics team speak to that.
Sorry, I may have misspoke. I guess what I mean is, it sounds like the best option we have, or that's been identified with the Lawson, is just decommission the building, and then you have materials that you're either going to recycle or they'll go to. Go ahead.
Thank you.
Ms. Busdell, go ahead.
Thank you, through the chair. The feasibility study recommendation is that the Lawson would be eventually decommissioned. That would be dependent on what council approves. So there would be phasing of some sort. So the Lawson would remain in existence until there was either the new addition built, and then that was decommissioned, and then the remainder of phase 2 built, or if there was, spreading the facilities amongst multiple locations, there's an option for that. So the recommendation in the report is ultimately that the Lawson would be decommissioned. It wouldn't be decommissioned tomorrow, but it would be decommissioned at some point that there's other facilities already built.
Okay. All right, thanks.
Thank you. Okay, so Council, we are 5 minutes over our mandatory lunch break, so I would like, let me just finish, yeah. Thank you. So I would ask our indulgence to continue to 12:45. Is anyone opposed to that? Okay, great. We'll continue on. And Councillor Mancinelli, you were up next.
So, as I spoke earlier, I guess I shouldn't have said motion, I should have said an amendment. Stepping into council, one of the motivating factors was the stadium for me and how it was placed with such a big investment and what we could hope to get from outcomes from it. I think that all the voices today talked about the importance of placing an investment where it's most likely to get you the best outcomes, not just for providing the features that it's offering to the public, such as swimming. Bodies are what builds economies, and bringing people together boosts our economy. So with that in mind, I move that Councillor Bob Hawkins and Real President and CEO Tim Reid assemble and co-chair a committee to be known as the Catalyst Committee, with responsibility to, number one, prepare a report and recommendations respecting the findings of the Arena Planning Study Committee, the Aquatics Facility Feasibility Study, and the Baseball Needs Assessment, including the siting, staging, and financing of these potential civic infrastructure projects, along with any other related civic infrastructure projects, which when considered together, create an economic, recreational, cultural, placemaking, and activation opportunity for Regina and its citizens in the decades ahead. 2, pay close attention to how these identified opportunities, when considered collectively, could interact and reinforce each other to create a transformative movement in the growth of our city of Regina. 3, engage and consult with the community, city, administration, and with the city planners and other experts, locally and externally, on leading practices for advancing and realizing these opportunities. And finally, 4, report back to City Council with recommendations by Q4 of 2022. Can I have a seconder?
Who's going to second?
I don't need one, it's an amendment, not a motion.
No, I guess we don't need a seconder. Okay, thank you for that amendment. Any questions on the amendment? Would anyone like to speak to it? Okay, Councillor Stevens, go ahead.
Yeah, the intention is clear. So we would actually package these 3 reports and essentially refer them to this process. Is that correct?
Totally. I don't want to make these decisions in a silo or the outcomes from placement and what might come together. I think that mistakes been made in the past.
Okay, and who would take the lead on who's on that committee? Is it kind of the status quo committees we have working on these projects, or is that to be determined?
I think it would be determined. Named off Councillor Hawkins and Mr. Reid to get it up and started. I'm sure they both have enough pull to get the proper members together and assemble to do a good job.
Okay, thanks.
Just a clarification. So you would have Mr. Tim Reid and Councillor Hawkins pull a committee together? It would be up to them, or how would this committee be formed?
Yeah, I would imagine. Yeah, I would imagine they would lead and start up the committee and it would pull together and formalize from there.
Councillor Finder, you're blinking. Is that just to the main report? Okay, thank you. Any other questions in this regard? Okay, seeing none.
Maybe I should ask a question. Is
Call a
Councillor
question.
Hawkins and Mr. Reid okay with this?
Yeah, that's a good question. Mr. Reid, do you want to respond? Actually, I would appreciate a response from you. Mr. Card.
I'm appreciative of the confidence. I think it's important, and certainly in keeping with our recommendation. Obviously, I'd have to confirm with our board of directors, as at the end of the day, I do report to them. Their position has always been whatever the need is of council that they would be sort of supportive of. So I would just want to validate that our board was supportive of it. Maybe a functional question of, I'm assuming this becomes a committee of council. And at some point, Councillor Hawkins and myself would come back to you with some terms of reference and an approved overview of membership and those type of things. So there's maybe some functional questions that I would have. In principle, I think we will support whatever you would like as council. I'm sure our board will be the same, but I do have to ask for permission before I can give you a firm answer.
Okay. Thank you for that. Councillor Hawkins.
If council wishes, I'd be happy to serve in this committee. I think that, let me say this, I think that the expertise which Mr. Reed brings is absolutely critical in making this committee work, and I'd be happy to assist him in any way I could.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. Okay, and Councillor Stadnichuk, go ahead.
Yes, thank you. Through the chair, I'm curious, I'm just trying to assess this. If this committee was not formed, would there be a process through the administration for these kinds of discussions to happen? I'm just trying to get a sense of, would this happen anyway, or is there a need for a focused approach? I'm not sure if administration could answer that.
Sure. Mr. Nicol, do you want to take that?
Sure. Thank you, Deputy Mayor. With respect to your question, Councillor Stadnichuk, I would expect that the motivation and objective of Councillor Mancinelli's motion is to ensure that going forward, these various projects and other potential ones are looked at from an aggregate perspective, in the sense that it was already touched upon in the earlier comments at the beginning of the meeting, that we really need to be prudent and avoid any kind of project of this magnitude or projects of this magnitude going ahead in isolation. Because then what happens is it's a first in, get all the funding or whatever, without a view to how could we work together on this? How do we access the various potential funds from the federal government, perhaps the provincial government or other entities? So it's a matter of working together. It was also mentioned, I mean, the private sector, there's an expectation that it will be coming to the table with dollars over the years that Mr. Reed commented on earlier. So I would be very supportive from an administrative point of view that some kind of oversight, coordinating quarterback of all these projects is very warranted and is particularly constructive, particularly when we're dealing with projects of this size, magnitude, and financial requirement.
Okay, thank you. And so secondly, there already exists, which hasn't met very often, a city center core committee, whose name I always forget because it's got so many. So does that play that function in any way, or this kind of work would be beyond what that city center core committee is doing?
Mr. Nicol?
Chair.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. From my perspective, this committee may well connect with the City Center Core Development Advisory Committee as a potential stakeholder and input, someone to engage with and consult. But I think from what I understand, it would be appropriate that this would be standalone. It may well touch on some of the similar membership on that committee. But again, the focus is this is a huge entity, this is a huge transformational project that is going to take place, if approved by council, ultimately over a number of years. So I see this as being a standalone entity.
Councillor Stadnichuk?
Yeah, I think that's, I'm still wondering whether or not there's, I'll leave it at that, I guess. Thank you.
You can think about it. Councillor Hawkins, or no, sorry, Councillor Zakimiak.
Thanks. I'm just wondering, does this amendment, is there still an amendment on the floor in relation to the feasibility study for the baseball stadium, or is this amendment in lieu of that?
Thank you. I'll ask the city clerk to speak to this.
Through you, Madam Chair, my understanding is that the main motion on the floor is the recommendation that's contained in the baseball report. And in addition to that, Councillor Mancinelli has brought forward this amending motion. So if the amending motion passes, we will then vote on the main motion that's contained on the floor right now, that's noted in the baseball report.
Okay.
In the baseball needs assessment report.
Okay, thanks.
Councillor Shaw.
Just to get some clarification, Councillor, because I remember when that all came to us about the city center core, the reason and the intent behind that was so that we're not working in silos, so that we have everybody with a vested interest in all the different areas within Regina to come together with the ideas. So it's almost like a committee upon a committee upon a committee, and I'm not really understanding why this is needed, but if somebody can help me clarify this through the chair.
Who would like to take that just to expand on the purpose and the reason for this? Okay, go ahead. Just 1 second. Go ahead, Councilor Mancinelli.
Thank you. I guess being my second term, I've witnessed the referencing of silos so many times I can't even count it. We have 3 different needs identified today before us in our meeting so far. They all have very good outcomes and purposes. Today we can see how they tie in, but 3 years from now, when one gets funding, one doesn't, one falls to the side, we might not. And this is to prevent those silos from happening, to make sure when we make these large investments that they are catalysts for the other economic factors within our city. The city center might only be focused on between Albert and Broad, College and Dewdney, and some of these things might fall outside of those borders. This is to make sure that those silos don't get built within our city again when we're coming upon a time where we have so many aged assets that have to be replaced, that as we're making those investments, we make sure that they're made to try to recover every dollar that we can out of smart investments that get well used by the public and spur other economic activity.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Just to add one further perspective to that, the City Centre Core Advisory Committee was primarily struck to forge ongoing relationships between major parties and players in the downtown area. This Catalyst Committee is much more focused on specific projects, so it's a much more project-focused oriented entity. The Community Centre Core, or the City Centre Core Advisory Committee, was struck primarily to forge and enhance relationships that had been seen to have been either frayed or non-existent to some extent. So that's the distinction. So there's no intention for overlap here, Councillor. It's a legitimate question, and it's I think an observation that others might make, but I'm hoping that by me distinguishing a project-focused entity versus a relationship body, that would allay your concerns. Keeping in mind that the Catalyst Committee can certainly engage with the City Centre Core Advisory Committee because some of the same players are involved, but it is not meant to be a duplication.
Thank you. Go ahead, Councillor Shaw.
Thank you. So just to add to that, Mr. Nicol, obviously I'm a new councillor, and obviously I don't have all the history of all the stuff that's gone on before that the Councillor Mancinelli does. As a recommendation from you and from administration to go forward with this, is this accurate in my assumption through the chair?
Mr. Nicol?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. With respect to your question, Councillor Shaw, we think that upon first blush of looking at this, I think there is great merit in doing this. These are large transformational projects that are going to potentially take place over a number of years, of course, all subject to approval and consideration and approval by council. So this will not be the last time that these kind of things are discussed. In fact, the amendment includes a report back to council with recommendations by Q4 of this year. Again, I think we've all seen the need to have some kind of quarterback that's looking at these to ensure that you don't get one-offs or the first in the door gets all the cash and then we wonder, well, how come that happened, or why didn't we access this particular federal funding, or did we know that there was a grant for underground thermo? Like, there's a lot of things. This is to make sure that we don't act in silos, that we don't forego any potential funding options from other levels of government, and to ensure that all the players, both us, the main players, and those in the private sector are brought into the tent so that we can actually make this a huge success.
Thank you. Thank you for that. I appreciate your honesty. Thank you and your advice.
Okay, seeing nothing further, I will ask the clerk to call the question. On the amendment, yeah.
Through you, Madam Chair, the motion carries 8-1 with the following members voting in favor as follows. Councillors Zakidniak, Hawkins, Shaw, Bresciani, Mancinelli, Stevens, Findura, and Mayor Masters. And voting against is Councillor Stanichuk.
Thank you very much. Councillor Findura.
I got a few minutes, right?
Yeah, you do.
Okay. Thank you, to you, Chair. A lot of information to take. One question I'm going to pose is the discussion was about growing our community, employment, not affording to do something. We're talking about communication or consultation with community. Everything starts now. I believe the work begins. Question was asked, where do we go from here? If I can just get to Mr. Reid, we've always talked about the Riel and the districts. It's employment. I don't think we talk really more closely about that, because it all depends about bringing people here and then employment. Is there some kind of is that a focus going forward? We'll kind of summarize that.
Mr. Reid?
Absolutely, and through the chair, I think what I'd recognize is these facilities, whether it's an arena, a baseball diamond, a soccer pitch, an aquatic center, they are large employers. To give you a sense of the way that Real currently operates, is our baseline FTE count sits, full-time employees sit at about 300 employees. But that being said, our total staff count is generally somewhere around 12 to 1,500 people. And so when we turn on a major event, such as this weekend with Scott Dance and a football game on Friday night, we will use all of those part-time employees. Particularly in a community like ours, where employment is frankly valuable, the ability to have part-time work as a secondary revenue source, or potentially a singular revenue source, is massive. And so for us, when we activate our amenities, we are a very large employer within our community that generates somewhere between $16 and $20 million of employment investment. I think the opportunity that we've also seen at the Real District is when we put Catalyst amenities in the right location, it spurs private investment. And even though it may seem like only a McDonald's on the corner of the lot today, well, that McDonald's employs 50 people. The hotel will employ 150 people. The next restaurant that opens for the spring will be another 50, and the one beyond that will be 50. And so I think it probably highlights the opportunity, Councillor, that when these facilities are developed with a lens of how do they catalyze other investment, it's not just the employment that we see within these catalyst investments, it's also the secondary or ancillary employment that we see in partnership venues. Whether it's a baseball stadium or a soccer pitch or an aquatic facility, they all drive massive visitation, and that provides opportunity for private investments and ultimately employment. All of them are large employers, but if built right, I think you can create compounding effect of employment and new job offerings, as well as private investment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Cooperators arenas were built, and that put us on a map, I believe. What are we doing going forward now? Would that summarize what we are attempting to do to tell the community and our taxpayers what the future will look like?
To the chair, I think your comment is sound. The Cooperators is probably the largest unsung hero of our tourism and economic driver that we have. It hosts 58 hockey tournaments a year. The only reason that it doesn't host more is because, frankly, we just do not have enough weekends to host more hockey tournaments. It is the second largest assembly of arena spaces that exists in North America, second only to Minneapolis. And our belief is as you build new arenas, you should continue to cluster within those facilities. But I think it does highlight what happens when you build your facilities together with purpose. Every single weekend, it fills hotels and restaurants and generates between $2 and $4 million of economic win. I think aquatic centers, as we've heard from a competitive standpoint and a tourism standpoint, have great opportunity, as does baseball and soccer and mid-size arenas. So I think the Cooperator Center is a great example of when we're planned and coordinated, it can have a massive effect on our community.
Okay, so what I'm hearing, too, Madam Chair, is that that is the basis of you can take that to the bank, know what you've done to what it happened today.
Speaks to the planning and the success, without doubt. Okay,
one question, what everyone knows is that the World Cup soccer, we've got some games coming here, right? It's exploded already. It's going to explode to the point where we're not going to be ready to to receive all that. And a lot of young people are keep the folks off the street, get them someplace to do things. That builds the community as well. So, but the comment was made, build it today. If you don't build it today, tomorrow's going to cost more. Can you expand a little bit more on that?
Yeah, I think I'd speak primarily to your comment around soccer, and I believe Mr. May would probably echo this, as would Ms. Shaley, on the fact that we are in need of additional synthetic soccer, football shaped amenities, as well as synthetic baseball amenities within our city. And so I think the concept of providing synthetic surfaces for participation, not just of soccer or football, but mixed use venues, is a need identified in our recreational master planning. But to your comment on growth, and to the comment of Councillor Hawkins around cricket, as we become more diverse as a community, we should expect that our traditional sports will become traditional, and that our new sports will see a massive growth opportunity. I think to your comment, not only does sport provide a great opportunity for youth to be engaged, but all ages to participate. We do believe that the conversation around additional recreational soccer facilities is of importance in this mix as well. It's part of the reason why I think the team have talked about the potential pairing and the coordinated pairing of the baseball amenities and potentially soccer to create something that was more mixed use or diverse within the city.
Thank you for that. In the consultation with residents, this is going to take it to the next level. Just my question is, how closely would council will get involved, because we get the questions and we get the emails and we get the positive and negatives. Have we ramping up on Be Heard or other communication skills or tools that we use to engage the community on a high level to detail? A lot of times folks tell us didn't know anything about it. I wasn't aware. It wasn't in a newspaper. How are we going to go about to making sure that when our community starts asking, because they will be asking and they'll be telling us, how do we prepare ourselves for that? As a councillor, for say, in my chair, how do I prepare myself?
I think through the chair, what I would echo is your comments about all the great work that's happened. You've got 1,000 pages of reading material in front of you of great reports and great documentation that I'm sure that will take you the rest of the summer to consume. But the reality of it is the arena report had 10,000 responses. The aquatic report had 6,000 or 8,000 responses. The baseball one did as well. To your comment, there's still people out there that go, gosh, I didn't hear anything about it. I think Councillor Mancinelli's motion gives council and the public a place to go to get answers. And so rather than advancing these in unique and independent silos, as I think Councillor Mancinelli highlighted, you know how a tool that will chase this outcome between now and the end of Q4. And so I think you have a place. I think the committee will be tasked with a significant level of public engagement. I think for you as council, you'll be able to point to folks that you can reach out to if you have questions about any of these amenities. And that committee can plug in the various working committees that are working on these projects. So I think to your point, there's been great work done to date. It's not coordinated, which means that the public isn't fully informed. And I think we've got 6 months to be able to connect with the public and really gain some great feedback. And I'm confident we'll be able to.
Madam Chair, thank you very much. I appreciate that. This is an exciting time, yet it's overwhelming as well. Lots to take in. So appreciate the reports. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fundura. So it is where we said we'd be at 12:45. I am the last one to speak. I do have just a few questions. If we indulge those questions, then we can be finished on this report and then go for lunch. And I don't think it would be any later than 1 o'clock. So is that sufficient, or is anyone opposed to that?
Madam Chair, that seems fine. Just know that the mayor has an engagement at 12:45.
Yeah, she's gone, and she's fine with us continuing. Yeah, thank you. Okay, so just quickly on this, I guess one of the questions that I do have is when we look at all of these pieces of the puzzle and we put them together, this will come back to this committee, which we've talked about here, that's going to be created. That committee then would be, I would assume, people who would not have investment in the downtown, those kinds of things, any kind of a conflict. I just want to be sure that that's a piece of information that is carried through when, I guess, setting up the committee through the chair. Oh, jeez, that's me. Sorry. Sorry,
Perhaps checking with Councillor Hawkins as my co-chair, but my sense would be, from my perspective, I think the committee, the terms of reference for the committee should be developed, the membership should be considered, and I believe council should approve it before it is actioned. But that would be my perspective, and looking for Councillor Hawkins to say the same.
He gave me the nod. Okay, awesome. Thank you so much. So when we look at all of these, one of the biggest things we've heard, and I've heard, I will say, is the arena downtown. So the placement is not in stone. That is still to be determined. And I think that's very important for the public to hear, that this, when we look at the arena, that is a piece that will still be contemplated when we're looking at all the options, as well as the aquatic center downtown, or if it's going to be at the adjacent to the Lawson or on the yards. Either way, that's still something to be considered. Okay. I want to ask also, just in regards to pickleball. You knew this was going to come. Second fastest growing sport in North America. North America. And it's an all-age sport. Everyone used to think it was an older sport. No longer. 14-year-old is the youngest national champion. So I want to ask, where are we? I know there was a discussion with pickleball and the growth of that. And we've heard about soccer. We've heard about baseball. And I know, Tim, we've had some conversations. And we also have a private investor, which, again, we have a private investor when we're looking at baseball. Do those elevate when we've got investors, or how does that work?
Yeah, through the chair, I think I acknowledge the fact that pickleball is probably more of a success than I ever believed it to be. And as the operator of a temporary pickleball facility that happens to be in an old barn facility, it is great, but it probably isn't a long-term solution for our community. You know, through the discussion, what we will recognize is there was many conversations that we had with the pickleball community, as well as the court sport community, volleyball, basketball, talking about, hey, the Canada Centre is a great solution. We thank council for the investment, but it's probably not the long-term solution we need for our community. It's great for, it's good for skateboarding. It's great for, you know, amenities, but it's not perfect for the long-term solution. I think what I would suggest to you, councillor, is that pickleball is not, it doesn't have a fixed place on the radar. And I'll check with your administration team, but through our inquiries, the future of a pickleball facility isn't a prominent discussion at this point, and I would recognize that probably should be. Ultimately, adding the future of pickleball to the work of this committee is probably reasonable, but I think if that's something that council desires, we should be specific in it. I would suggest from a professional standpoint in the review that we've done, it probably is meaningful, and it probably will happen. Even though the Brandt Centre will provide some opportunity in a repurposed form, it would not meet the needs of the pickleball community today, or certainly going forward. So in short, I agree with you. It's a growing sport. I think it is popular in our community, will continue to be. At this point, I don't think the study's been done that needs to be. And so if that's desired, then we should coordinate that in this future report.
Thank you. So I would ask administration, would that be an undertaking that we would look at to add this on to as we're looking at all the pieces, or how would that work through the chair? Because I know this was a discussion when they rallied City Hall at an open house, I think. And I'm just wondering, where does that fit in, and when would discussions or things like that happen, I guess, through the chair? Mr. Nicol, go ahead.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. Well, without presupposing where council wants to go, because I mean, there could be some considerable work involved in this. It's one thing to do an undertaking, which would just be essentially administration working with this new committee to look, you know, to look at this, investigate it, but at a very 30,000-foot level. If executive committee wish that specifically that a pickleball facility of some sort be entered into this work to go forward, I would respectfully suggest that you should make a motion in that regard, because that potentially is adding a significant amount of work and consideration to something that at this point is not part of any formal program or series of projects.
Thank you. If I can just ask the recreation staff as to where the conversations have been with the pickleball community in regards to a home facility, because I know that was a discussion. I know we talked about exterior, but interior. And Lori Michelle, yeah. No.
Through the chair.
Go ahead.
Through the chair, as you've referred, our efforts have been focused on building an outdoor facility at this point in time. Work is underway on that. In terms of indoor, we were really focused on finding a temporary home for pickleball, which is why we've worked with Mr. Reid and his team to find a temporary space. Recognizing the gap in terms of a long-term home, we did take a little bit of time during the work we've done on the indoor aquatics facility to explore whether we could build on additional space in the future. Not necessarily for pickleball, that's one of the things that we talked about. We also talked about a skate park and other needs. And so our design consultants have kept that in mind as they've done their high-level concepts in terms of how could we expand these facilities in the future. And that's the extent to which we've had discussions up to this point in time. So as Mr. Reid had mentioned, we've had lots of conversations, but we've yet to determine a location and invest any time in actually developing a concept plan.
Thank you very much. So just to go back to Mr. Reid, so again, would this be adding a lot on the plate of adding to look at this, or has some of the work been done, just as I'm hearing what Michelle has indicated?
Through the chair, and checking with the administration, I know that they're busy people, but I don't think it's unreasonable to expect that at least at a needs assessment, we have a thought around this. And I think we'd probably be missing something if we didn't include that discussion in this overall strategy. So yes, I'm sure it's work, and I'm sure it's work on top of busy portfolios, but I think if we don't do it, we would be missing a key aspect that is important to council.
Thank you. So I guess I would just like to put that forward. That we also add in an indoor pickleball facility as we are putting the puzzles together for recreation. And sorry, hang on, Councillor Stevens, go
and
ahead.
Baseball, I think we're completely off track.
Why is that?
None of this is in alignment with the reports.
Well,
aquatics, baseball, and the downtown arena concept plan. I respect the need to expand our recreation capacities, but I think we're completely off track of what we were talking about.
Well, would you agree that pickleball is recreation?
Well, we're not here to talk about recreation, Madam Chair. We're here to talk about 3 reports. And we've actually voted on those reports, and they're going to the Catalyst Committee. I think that's something we can certainly talk about in another context. I think it's important. But we're here to talk about 3 reports that are not aligned with that particular sport.
Thank you. Just in regards to that, I would say that in the report, we also talk about looking at these facilities in the, I would say, the building that is looking at tennis and all these others. That is part of the discussion. So I would disagree with that. But again, I guess my point is that I think we should, if we're planning this, I think it's a mistake that we don't look at it holistically. I think that's the point here. We've heard that there is a demand, and there was a conversation a couple years ago about this. So I'm not trying to push this forward to there. That was before this council, obviously. So I do think it is, and I guess I'm going to ask the clerk if it's out of order. Go ahead. Yeah.
Through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, I believe it would be in order given Councillor Mancinelli's amendment that just passed.
Okay, Councillor Zakiniak.
Okay, so I understand the need for additional pickleball facilities. Cricket was also mentioned today. So I just wonder, I also think that it makes sense to as we're doing this work, try and be as comprehensive as possible. But I think we have needs for not only pickleball, also potentially cricket fields, and who knows what other recreational opportunities. So I guess what I would, maybe this is a question for the city manager. How can we ensure that we are comprehensive in this process without getting so broad that we can't deliver on a Q4 report back date? And that we're not just, that we're being as comprehensive as is appropriate and not excluding other potential opportunities, yet able to deliver on the amendment we just passed.
Through you, Deputy Mayor, it's a bit of a balancing act. There's considerable work to be done by this Catalyst Committee with respect to the items that they have on their plate. But again, to some extent, I would defer in part to Councillors Hawkins and Mr. Reid if they think that's doable. Again, my suggestion of making an explicit motion on the floor, whether it be pickleball or cricket or something else, was to ensure that the committee as a whole understands what it is you're asking for. And it also starts to set up expectations, and you have to be prepared to manage those. But that is your call. That's a priority call that you make. So again, based on the work of the feasibility of this, I think there is some merit in including things as you move forward, but you have to keep in mind the capacity to get that done and how many more you're going to add to this and what the expectations are that you're setting up both with stakeholders and the public. But, you know, Mr. Reid and Councillor Hawkins are going to quarterback this Catalyst Committee, so I would be interested in hearing what their thoughts are.
I actually have a thought, and then we can see what either one or both of you think here. I wonder if instead of focusing on one specific additional recreational opportunity, it may make sense that on this committee, we have someone from our recreation, city recreation, like who is spearheading the recreation master plan, who could identify other potential opportunities that may be relevant to be considered at the same time. I'd welcome thoughts on that.
Yeah. I think we've heard from Mr. Reid that it does tie into the Brand Center, not just pickleball, but the other sports as well. So maybe it's already there, but I'll let Councillor Hawkins speak to it.
I wonder, Ms. Reid and I have heard this discussion. We're going to have to go away and put together a committee and develop terms of reference and bring those terms of reference back to this council. I wonder if we can't consider this question as part of developing our terms of reference. We'll have a better understanding, I think, by that time of the scope of the work of the committee and what we're capable of doing. So I wonder if we can't leave this for the terms of reference, which in any event will come back to this council.
Yeah, I'm fine with that. Good. Okay, then we'll remove that then. Yeah, okay, that's great. Okay, thank you for that. Great discussion. Thank you again, all of the work that's been done. It's, I guess, just the last comment, and I think we're here to close, but this is it's an opportunity to take the time to look at all these facilities. And I think at the end of the day, the number one is the question is how we're going to pay for it. And that's what the residents of Regina are really going to be concerned about. Everybody wants everything, but again, we have to ensure we have to be accountable to that. So I look forward to that subcommittee. And so I will ask the clerk to call the question on the main motion as amended. And then we'll be breaking for lunch. Go ahead.
Through you, Deputy Mayor, the motion carries unanimously 8-0.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. So we have a lunch break now from 1 to, can it be 1:30? Can we come back at 1:30? So from just a half an hour, because we know we've got a long agenda ahead of us. So we will be back here at 1:30. Thank you very much. Okay. Okay, so there was a delegation here earlier this morning to speak to EX 22-83, but he is no longer here. But I want to say thank you. Unfortunately, he could not get through that. So I'd like to ask, as we consider the report on taxi fare increase, can I ask Byron Weary for to introduce the report? And where's Byron? Thank you. Okay. Anyone else that wants to speak to it? Thank you, Jim. You're the best. All right.
Do my best here. Thank
Thank
you,
you.
Deputy Mayor. Administration had received a request from the taxi cab brokers that operate in the city to increase taxi fare rates to offset the increase in fuel costs that we're all experiencing at this point in time. Taxi cab fares are prescribed by the taxi bylaw and are calculated using the taxi cost fare model, referenced as TCFM. The model measures specific cost factors that affect the taxi industry and calculates the percentage change in these factors from the date of the last rate change. When the accumulated changes are greater than 3%, a taxi fare increase could be implemented, and changes to that fare schedule require council's approval. Discussion with taxi brokers began in March of this year to determine if an increase to account for rising fuel costs was desired. The model was reviewed, and it resulted in a proposed 8% increase in taxi fares. The brokers at the time decided not to move forward with the agreement that it could be considered if or when they determined otherwise. On June 10th of this year, taxi brokers reached out to administration requesting that the 8% increase that had been previously identified now be implemented. The request was in the form of a letter signed by all taxi brokers operating within the city. During finalization of this report to Executive Committee, the consumer price indexes were updated, which resulted in a 12.3% increase based on the model. This option was added as option 3 in the report as feedback from the industry was not received due to the timing of when the CPI indexes were updated and the date for submission to Executive Committee. All brokers have been advised via email of the new calculation. As of June 28th, 2022, 2 of the 5 brokers have shared their desire to move forward with a fare increase of 12.3% as opposed to the 8% increase originally discussed. And with that, if there are questions, I would suggest that we refer those directly to Ms. Schakowsky, who is the manager of the area.
Thank you very much, Mr. City Manager. Can I have someone please move the report? Thank you, Councillor Mancinelli. Good. And questions, go ahead.
I guess the report's pretty self-explanatory. Appreciate the increase due to costs. Mr. Nicol mentioned that 2 out of the 5 were wanting to go a little bit over and above the 8%. Was there any word back from the other remaining organizations for what their feedback was, if they were against it or if they just didn't reply?
We had received feedback from one additional taxi broker who was planning to speak today, who was looking for an increase that matched overall inflation as opposed to a CPI index. However, that's not what is in the bylaw or the policy that we follow. And the other 3 brokers had not responded back on what their preference was.
Okay. I'll move it as it lays out for right now, and I guess if there's feedback, they'll get a hold of us when it comes to council, being as they couldn't stick around today. And I think that this is very timely, so I don't want to put any tabling or holding or anything to slow this down, because I'm sure that these funds are needed for their businesses.
Thank you, Councillor Mancinelli. All right, Councillor Zakidniak, go ahead.
Thank you. So I too understand the rationale for the increase of 8%. But what I'm wondering is, can you speak a bit to some of the mechanisms in place for marginalized community members, and what So I guess I know we provide some free, I believe we provide some free taxi vouchers. This increase will have a larger impact on marginalized community members. Is there additional, so what mechanisms are in place, and is there additional considerations we should be making to try and offset this increase for those community members?
Ms. Schakowsky?
Through the chair, the rates that we prescribe are actually the maximum rates that the taxi industry can charge per trip. So they can choose at any time to charge a lower rate or provide discounts to different organizations or residents in the general public.
Okay, and what are, is it accurate that we as a city do provide some taxi vouchers to some organizations to support their programs?
Through the chair, no, we do not.
We don't do that. So there's nothing that we currently do as a city to help marginalized community members with taxis. We rely on community organizations to do that work. Is that accurate?
Through the chair, that's correct.
Okay. And the taxi fare increase is considered on an annual basis generally. Is that accurate? Like whether or not we need one?
Through the chair, yes, we run the model every year. However, if the cumulative increase in the taxi cost fare model is 3% or lower, we do not bring forward an increase. In addition, if there is a warranted increase, we do reach out to the taxi industry for their feedback and make adjustments as per their desire.
I wonder if a potential undertaking is that as part of our community safety and well-being work that we consider whether additional support may be required for marginalized community members either through the city or through community organizations to help offset increasing taxi fares. Would that be an appropriate undertaking in our community safety and well-being work? I don't know who that's for.
Who wants to take that? Mr. Weary, go ahead. As soon as I get your button on, there you go.
I would suggest that the work that committee is doing probably should direct that request. I mean, and perhaps it can be more specifically articulated what you would like us to work on, because we would be starting, as Ms. Schakowsky is saying, from standing start in terms of it's not currently part of our program, so it would require some effort to I guess determine what the expectations of the committee are. So I would suggest it would be more appropriate to be a direction for us to investigate that and come back to that committee with whatever work is requested.
A directive.
Right. Sorry. So are you saying that the appropriate request would be to engage with the Community Safety and Wellbeing Committee about the potential impacts of this increase, or are you? I just didn't understand.
Sorry. I guess I thought you were asking for us to investigate the possibility of creating some sort of a program for disadvantaged people that might be unfairly impacted by the increase in taxi fares. So in that case, we would need to do some policy work to figure out what that would look like, because it's not something that we currently offer.
I guess I think maybe an appropriate first step would be to engage with that committee to for them to investigate the impacts of a fare raise on marginalized community members. So just if we approve this, that administration engages with that committee so that they can determine whether additional work is needed in this regard. Does that?
Madam Chair, on a procedural point, the Community Safety and Wellbeing Committee doesn't exist anymore. What we have are a series of tables to deal with community safety and well-being. So I'm not, just a point of clarification.
I guess later on in the agenda, we'll be discussing that entity. So maybe I'll just hold it till then, that question. And when will this come into effect? That's my last question.
Through the chair, once the bylaw was passed, which we would expect to be in front of the August council.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Just on the point of, just to clarification on Councillor Zakidniak's question, grants are given to the nonprofits and the organizations for funding. They can utilize those funds, and if they chose to use them as taxi vouchers, they so can choose. I just want to be accurate that that's accurate. Who wants to take that? Ms. Bryden, go ahead.
Thank you. Through the chair, yes, that is accurate.
Thank you. Okay, seeing no further questions on the report, I'll call the question. Ask the clerk. Go ahead.
Through you, Deputy Mayor, the motion carries 9-0 with all members voting in favor.
Thank you very much. Okay, so we have, is the delegation online over here? Patrick, Delori, or Terry Sleep? Okay, so we are just going to get the individuals online here. Just 1 second. And that will be for EX 22-85, transit fare adjustments. Okay, we're just going to connect with the delegations. Okay, so while we await to connect with those, we're going to move forward to EX 22-86. And I would ask that Tracy Fallman come forward to speak, please. And this is on the short-term accommodation license program update file. Thank you, Tracy. If you can just introduce yourself, tell us who you represent. We all know, but just for the record, and where you live, and you have 5 minutes to present.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Tracy Fallman. I'm the President and CEO of the Regina Hotel Association. I personally reside in Regina's downtown core, Ward 3. Ward 3 is also where our association's office is located. The Regina Hotel Association represents 23 hotels that contain 84% of the hotel guest rooms in the city of Regina. and employed over 1,500 Regina residents pre-pandemic. I want to start by thanking you so much for the opportunity to speak with you today regarding the short-term accommodation rentals. And also to start by thanking administration and also acknowledging Ms. Schakowsky as well, who they were absolutely amazing in terms of consulting our organization during this review. I've learned so much about licensing and enforcement more than I ever want to know with the city, and I really, really respect you all on that. So thank you so much. The Regina Hotel Association is not opposed to true home sharing, where a homeowner rents out a room in their principal residence to generate extra income. We welcome innovation in the accommodation sector and recognize that it serves a unique and developing role for Regina. However, what was originally intended to facilitate the casual rental of an extra room from time to time, home sharing transformed over the years into a sophisticated commercial operation of entire homes being purchased for the purpose of renting them out on a nightly basis. In fact, in 2019, Airbnb declared Regina as its fastest growing market in the world. Not North America, but the world, with more than 500 active rental listings, of which 60%, 300 units, were entire homes or investment properties located in residential neighborhoods where we expect the homeowner was not present. And at that time, less than 1% of these listings had a valid city permit to operate, taking advantage of gaps in city regulations and creating an unfair competitive field for hotels, along with a potential risk to travelers and our neighborhoods. Purchasing multiple homes, apartment buildings, and condominiums for nightly rental is not home sharing. It's a business, and it should be treated as such. And today, the city's bylaws that was implemented and enacted last year addresses the commercial operations segment, referred to as secondary properties in your report. With a modern regulatory, licensing, and enforcement regime, also serves today as a major step to leveling the playing field for the commercial accommodation players in our city. However, the residential short-term accommodation industry is incredibly dynamic. And as cited by administration, regulations implemented during the pandemic must also consider that activity over the past year does not reflect a normal operating year. Rapid changes could reveal gaps in the current bylaws, and unforeseen impacts may emerge post-pandemic that could create economic stagnation, especially for the job-generating hotel sector. For instance, like airlines recently cutting services, hotels have had to do the same, primarily due to labor shortages. There is currently an estimated 500 hotel guest rooms that are currently closed in Regina. Aggressive recruitment efforts are underway to attract domestic and international workers to our city, and we anticipate that this will increase demand for rental housing. There's a risk with the expected rise in secondary property licenses, as also cited by administration in the report. Then this would limit the availability of affordable workforce rental housing, vital to the industry's labor retention and attraction efforts. And while there continues to be much uncertainty in the hospitality industry, the RHA is requesting the city to support a delicate balance between those that wish to earn extra income and the industry's recovery. And we're requesting Executive Council to maintain regulations at status quo with one amendment, and that is minimize risks in the near term of commercial operations taking a larger hold of the residential rental market by reducing the maximum number of secondary properties licenses within multi-unit residential buildings from 35% to 25%, as outlined in option 1 of your report. Secondly, we request that the City Council considers conducting a comprehensive review of the bylaw again in 2023, when we have more relevant data to better assess any unforeseen challenges in the overall impacts of the rental housing market, where we can better assess hospitality impact or gaps in the bylaws. Thank you. This concludes my presentation, and I'd be very happy to answer any questions that you might have, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Ms. Folman. Does anyone from committee have any questions for the delegation? Okay, Councillor Stadenchuk, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Welcome, Tracy. My question is you mentioned that there are 500 hotel rooms that are currently closed. So my question is, you're not linking that to the existence of short-term accommodation rentals? That's primarily COVID and labor supply is the main reasons why there's that many hotel rooms closed?
Through you, through the chair, that is correct.
The report from administration only pointed out that the 35% threshold only was reached a couple of times. So can you give us a little bit more information about why you think it would be important to lower that to 25%?
Thank you for the question. Thank you for the question. Through the chair, we believe there's aggressive recruitment efforts that are going on, not only within the hotel industry, but a number of different industries in our city. In order to support those recruitment efforts, we do necessary available and affordable housing, rental housing market will be essential to support the recovery of a lot of those industries. When we looked at the bylaws, we believe that reducing the 35% to 25%, you cast a wider net, a protective barrier around the rental housing market. And it would be a proactive measure on behalf of City Council rather than a reactive measure. And that's what we're recommending today, is that proactive measure. And I know that the rental market vacancy, and I can't remember the number offhand, but I believe that there is a lag as well in those numbers. So this would be a proactive measure that we're asking City Council to take. And it would be a small proactive measure right now.
All right. So through the chair, to clarify, then you're saying it's more to protect the rental market, not necessarily the Regina Hotel Association?
Through the chair, correct.
Okay. In terms of like you mentioned that there's 500 hotels that are still closed. In terms of the future, like with tourism now starting to come back, do you anticipate that will improve in the near future through the chair? And especially with Grey Cup coming.
Through you, your chair, do you mind that question again?
Okay, I'm just sort of
500 units.
So there's 500 hotel rooms that are currently closed. We've had a couple of major tourism events in Regina. Summer is coming, Grey Cup is coming. Do you anticipate that those hotel rooms will be opened, or is there still an issue of labor supply that is preventing you from opening those hotels that are going to be needed very shortly?
Ms. Bowman? Thank you, Councillor. Through you, the chair. We certainly hope that those 500 rooms will reopen shortly. We'd love to have them reopen right now. I mentioned that there are aggressive recruitment efforts that are currently underway. In fact, the provincial government provided Hospitality Saskatchewan with $1 million to do recruitment and advertising campaigns across Canada to attract employees into the hospitality and tourism sector specifically. And that just started last week. So our fingers are crossed that those 500 rooms will open by the time Grey Cup is here.
Okay. I don't have any further questions, so thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Right, Mayor Masters.
Thank you, Chair. Through you, thanks for presenting today, Ms. Fallman. You made a comment within your presentation about secondary properties as short-term accommodation being more of a business. Can you just elaborate a little bit on that?
Through you, the chair, I'd be happy to do that, and thank you very much for the question. Secondary properties are, I'll use the difference between what a primary residence is in the bylaw compared to a secondary property. Primary residence is a homeowner that may be renting out a room in their home occasionally to generate some extra income. A secondary property is an investment property. It's where we expect the homeowner is not home and they are renting out their entire home on a nightly basis. And we're seeing this trend, and this is happening across Canada, is that there are some property owners that are actually purchasing more and more homes, more and more apartments in apartment buildings and condominiums, and converting those into short-term rentals and renting those out at night. They're basically operating like a hotel. They're operating like a business. And we also noticed as well with on platforms like Airbnb, there are certain, they're called rentalizers, where they assist those properties specifically on optimizing their nightly revenues and reducing those type of costs. So that's what we mean when we're talking about they're operating as a business, and it's not just to generate just some income, additional income.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
All right, thank you. Councillor Shaw.
Tracy, just to add that, thank you for being here, and I'm trying to understand this. So if, say Jason has a home, but then he has another home that he rents out, how do we know? So you're evaluating this increase by what, that they're on Airbnb, or how is this being quantified through the chair?
Through you, the chair. The numbers that I used, that I mentioned, the 500 units and 60% were entire homes, are back from 2019. Those numbers have changed significantly since the pandemic. As for quantifying the numbers that are currently existing, I would have to refer that to city administration, who does track the licensing now and the enforcement activities of this bylaw that City Council put in place a year ago.
Thank you. I apologize for that. I wasn't sure if that was yours or administration. Thank you, Tracy. Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you, Councillor Shaw. Okay. Seeing no further questions, I think we are ready to move to a vote. Did you have anything? Oh, right. Sorry. Sorry, too many things going on. Thanks, Tracy, very much.
Thank you.
I want to move really quickly, can't you tell? Okay, sorry about that. Okay. Let's see, so. Tracy. Okay, thank you. Can I have Byron Weary from administration please introduce the report, please? Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. This short-term licensing report is a receive and file report. It was a commitment made to City Council to report back on the effectiveness of the new regulatory program for short-term accommodations that came into effect in May of 2021. So as you see in the report, there's a lot that has happened since this program was introduced. So Ms. Shakowski, Manager of Licensing and Parking, and her team have been working on gathering the statistics on this. They've been in ongoing discussions with Ms. Fallman and the Hotel Association, and also the short-term accommodation industry. So this report's receive and file. There's nothing that's recommended for policy change, but as you'll see in the other options section, there are, if council or committee was wanting to consider changes or adjustments to this program, administration is certainly open to receiving direction on that. But for now, it's receive and file. And between myself and Ms. Shakowski and her team, we're happy to answer any questions that committee might have.
Thank you very much. Okay, Councillor Stevens, go ahead.
Thank you. I was wondering if administration could comment on the enforcement of the existing bylaws. Is the system working? Is it achieving the policy objectives we approved? And specifically, I might have some of the numbers out of joint here, but I see 168 licenses versus 192 listings, which suggests that there are some that are kind of falling outside the gap. So perhaps just provide a high-level overview of how this policy is working if we need to recommend any changes.
Well, I'll ask Ms. Shakowski to respond to that.
Ms. Shakowski?
Through the chair, we do believe, based on our enforcement practices, that the program is progressing as we had intended. As we indicated in the report, license uptakes has been positive. There's property inspections being conducted. We've removed barriers and barriers to those to obtain licenses and made enforcement simple enough that compliance is easy to obtain, and we've had a few nuisance complaints. As far as the numbers, we do have 162 licenses have been issued, and we've been working on the other 192 listings. I think we had roughly 18, I think, that were ready to possibly be removed from the platform, but there's also, of those 192 listings, approximately 20 properties where we haven't been able to match the listing on the platforms to a physical location at the city. And we continue to work on that with our vendor that does our licensing and our listing matching, as well as our staff. And we're slowly getting to identify those properties so that we can reach out to the homeowners or the tenants in that location. So that's why there's a little bit of a disconnect between the 192 and the 168 that we have.
Through the chair, what do we know about why some of these properties are not in compliance? Is it this is news to them? Is there a willful undermining of the fees? What can you say about why not everybody is in compliance?
Through the chair, we would speculate that a lot of it has to do with homeowners not aware of the regulations, because what we've seen on our initial contact, when we do contact residents that don't have a license, is once they understand the rules, they do one of two things. They either obtain the license or they remove their listings from the platform. So I think it's more of an awareness of what the rules are.
Thank you. Finally, the concern over the commodification of a private residence and turning it into effectively a commercial property has tax implications. What can you say about how prominent that is? And are you even able to identify that in our existing regulatory system?
Through the chair, it's a manual process to identify that. We haven't, to this date, identify it as a problem. Currently, we only have 2 locations, multi-unit dwellings, that actually have more than one listing within it. So that would be an apartment building or a duplex or something like that, where we've issued more than one license, or we've witnessed additional listings on platforms for more than one unit within that building.
As a follow-up, again, what do we know about why? So if a house or a unit is vacant simply because they can't find renters, for me that would kind of make sense that you would find some purpose for it. Or is it deliberately taking these units out of the rental inventory and deliberately turning it into an Airbnb, for instance? Do we know any of that?
Through the chair, we can't 100% quantify that, but from feedback and discussions with those that do host platforms, there's a mixture of the two. Some residents that are using those properties for solely short-term rentals, or because they can't get a long-term renter in, they'll want to recover their costs on that property and will offer it up for short term, and then you'll see them remove their listings later on.
Perfect, thank you.
Mayor Masters, go ahead.
Thank you, through the chair. Building upon that a little bit, how many of the non-compliant are in multifamily dwellings? Outstanding in the report right now.
Through the chair, the ones that are outstanding, I actually don't have that number. What I do have is only 2 that we have been able to 2 that actually have been licensed for more than 1 property.
Sorry, apologies, 2 that have been licensed for more than 1 property?
Sorry, through the chair, 2 that have been licensed for more than 1 unit in a physical property.
Thank you. Your previous answer actually triggered something. We don't issue licenses to the same individual for 2 separate units, do we?
Through the chair, yes, we would if we received 2 applications. Oh, through the chair, that would be 1 license per unit. So if they've applied, if they have 3 units and they've applied for a license on 3 different units, we don't limit the number that 1 individual could license.
Why don't we limit that if the intention is for not to rent, not to essentially take rental units off the market, but for folks to earn money on property they live in and want to rent out?
Through the chair, when we were bringing the report forward or the program forward, it was not something that we had seen being regulated in other municipalities at the time, and hadn't been a regulation that was considered at that point in time.
And you wouldn't consider it a regulation to consider at this point in time?
Sorry, could you repeat that?
You wouldn't consider it a regulation to recommend based upon a year's worth of learning? If the intention of Airbnb, and I wasn't here and I apologize to fellow council members who were for that debate, but if the intention is for Airbnb is for folks to earn income off of a unit or when they're away on vacation to rent their house out, how do we rationalize more than 1 license per person?
Through the chair, it wouldn't be something that we were opposed to investigating. At this point in time, I know we do have some licenses that have been issued, more than 1 license has been issued to 1 individual. However, I don't think that's a fairly significant number, but I'd have to confirm that.
Do we issue licenses to corporations?
Through the chair, we would license property managers.
And again, my apologies if a previous council will indulge me. Why was 35% chosen in a multifamily dwelling?
Through the chair, that was to try to ensure that properties weren't being used as what's been termed ghost hotels. And the 35% was significant because it was the same rate we have for the condo conversion policy. And it was determined that it would be best to maintain that same percentage value.
Okay, thank you for that answer. And the rationale for the 35% on condo conversions is what?
Who wants to take that one?
Thank you, Chair.
Does anyone know that? Sorry, can you maybe repeat the question?
Well, we've set a threshold of 35% to match a limit we've placed upon condo conversions. And so I'm curious as to then going back to the source for the rationale, why was 35% for condo conversions chosen?
Sorry, just 1 second here. Go ahead.
Thank you. I was here back in the midst of time when the condo conversion policy was approved by previous council, but we would have to commit to tracking that information down and reporting back to committee and council on that. We don't have that information in front of us at the moment.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you. I'm struggling with how we issue Airbnb essentially as an option, but short-term accommodation to corporations or more than one license to an individual or a corporation, if the intention is not to provide for folks to create businesses out of this. Or maybe that wasn't the intention, I apologize. Is the intention to not allow individuals to create businesses out of this?
Who'd like to take that? Mr. Weary?
The original rationale, Deputy Mayor, was to try and strike a balance. We do have a year and a bit of data on this now. And so there could be a fine tuning that could take place with direction from council, but that was what the intention was initially, was to try and strike a balance to allow people to use their homes for short-term rentals without it going too far. So that was the balance that was recommended to council when this was originally passed, and is what we as administration still think is sound based on our experience over the course of a year. But as we indicated in a little bit of detail in the report, if there is an interest on the part of council to make adjustments to our current policy, then we are open to direction on bringing back some recommendations, and that could be one of the ones that we would look at.
Thank you for that, Mr. Wary. Is there a market condition trigger within the current bylaw? For, say, example, apartment vacancy rates drops below 3%. Does that trigger the reduction in the allowance of the multifamily dwelling licensing?
I'll refer that to Ms. Schakowsky to respond to.
Through the chair, if the vacancy rate in the city of Regina and surrounding area drops below 3%, no new licenses would be issued on any secondary properties.
Okay. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Stadnichuk, go ahead.
Oh, okay. Further to my questions to Ms. Fallman, through the chair, I'm curious if there's been some thought about the upcoming Grey Cup, that there's going to be high demand. Already there's talk that there's a shortage of hotel rooms. Are we going to be having any additional monitoring or enforcement for short-term rental, or would that be considered appropriate if it's just a couple of nights? Would people still have to apply for a license? Through the chair.
Through the chair, we do expect to see an increase in license applications in advance of the Grey Cap, and our enforcement and monitoring practices will continue on a daily basis as it does right now. And yes, even if they're only renting for a couple of days or the week of Grey Cup, residents would still need to obtain a license.
Okay, thank you. But if my older brother and his mid-60-year-old friends show up at my house because they can't find a hotel room, I don't have to apply for a license if I'm not charging them, right?
Through the chair, that's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Make a little money. Okay, Mayor Masters, go ahead.
Thanks. I'm just going to come back to this. A question for administration is, what is the risk of reducing the limit from 35 to 25%?
Mr. Weary?
I think it's just a question of how active the city wants the market to be for this type of a service. So that's my general comment. I'll defer to Ms. Schakowsky and her team for any further insight.
Ms. Schakowsky?
Through the chair, I would echo Mr. Wary's comments, but as far as the risk, if it's a risk in denying applications, at the present time, we haven't been receiving a number of applications for multi-unit dwellings, so I wouldn't see that we would be denying licenses if we reduce that threshold to 25%. And I guess the risk would then be if we were looking for people to be able to come and stay in the city, if hotels were full for something like Grey Cup, we wouldn't be able to issue any licenses to possibly meet demand in the short term.
Thanks very much. I don't feel like I've got enough of the background story, so just council can maybe brace itself for next week. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Just on that last question, so can I ask, is it, so I do need a mover, or else it won't be going to council. Thank you. Councillor Stevens? Do you want this to go to council because it's just a receive and file? I guess that's the... I have a question while you ponder that. Just in regards to the reducing the limit of the units that can be issued from 35 to 25, is that similar to what Saskatoon does or any other city that we know? Through the chair?
Through the chair, Saskatoon has the same 35% threshold for secondary properties. And I'll just have to see if other municipalities do it as well.
That's good. That's fine. Okay, thank you. So what I heard here is we are hosting Grey Cup. We know there is a shortage of hotels, which we heard today. We also know that if we reduce this threshold at this time, then that could lead into not having enough available rooms. Is that accurate? Anybody?
Madam Deputy Mayor, I think that's accurate. If people are aware that going down that path could result in them violating the bylaw, that might discourage people from putting their units on the market to meet the demand of in and around Grey Cup. So I think it's a bit of a balancing act there in terms of meeting the demand for short-term accommodation during that week when so many visitors are coming into the city.
Thank you. Last question. How does this work with backyard suites that we've just approved? Does this then allow them to do the same thing here? They can apply and they can rent those out as well through the chair? Mr. Weary?
I think that's an emerging trend and issue, so I'll defer that to Ms. Schakowsky to respond to.
Ms. Schakowsky?
Through the chair, yes, they are able to obtain licenses in their secondary properties. That was made allowed when the program was brought forward.
Okay, thank you for that. So in regards to this, is there any, does this come back at all in a year to give us any more feedback as to how this is doing? To review it? Sorry, Mr. Weary?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. We are still discussing the best way to report back or report on an ongoing basis to committee and council on the range of enforcement and regulatory activity that the city is involved in, whether it's on the bylaw enforcement side or some of the areas that Mr. Onrait and others are active in enforcement on. So we will be reporting back. It's just a question of whether it would be on a program by program basis or whether we are better able to roll this up with several enforcement program areas and do it all at one time. So we do plan to report back, but I would suggest to committee that you leave it with us, and I will, in consultation with the city manager, determine what makes the most sense in terms of ongoing reporting, unless committee and council wishes us to report area by area, we certainly can do that, but it means a lot of reports and a lot of agenda time. So that's what we're working on.
Okay. Again, I think that it is something that we need to be aware of, especially, we've got, of course, hotels that are struggling too. So businesses are affected, and it's finding that balancing act, which I think we've heard earlier on this report. So I think as a council, we should review it and have it come back as much as and I think part of that should be with the backyard suites. How is that impacting as well? And I don't know if that's an undertaking, if it can come back in a year, is that enough time? And that would be in consultation, I guess, again, with the hotel industry.
Madam Deputy Mayor, in light of the fact that this is still a relatively new regulatory program, we can commit to a further report similar to this in a year's time, acknowledging that there are things happening both in terms of the accommodation industry and things happening in the community. And we'll have a few new wrinkles to the program, how we make out with Grey Cup, how we manage with backyard suites, et cetera. So we can commit to another report a year from now. But at some point, I would like to try and get to more of a consolidated report on some of these program areas. But perhaps it makes sense to just continue and report annually on this program.
Okay, great. Thank you. Mayor Masters.
Thanks, Councillor Bresciani. I'm a little bit curious because I did have time to reach out to Chief Bray with the RPS, and the police state they do have a problem with short-term rentals, and it's an issue that dealing with the city, but that's not necessarily reflected in the report. Do you have any insight into that?
Mr. Weary?
Yes, we've been in discussion with RPS about the issues that they have encountered with suspected illegal activities. So we are aware of that, and we are in discussions with them. But I'm not sure that there's much more to report to committee on today on that.
Okay, yeah, I think it's, in terms of the follow-up, I won't invoke the receive and file, but I suspect it'll pass. I just personally need to do a little bit more research, but I don't want to hold up the report. So thank you, Chair.
So do you want it to come to council is my point?
No, I can bring a motion to that effect if in future.
Sounds good. Okay, and there'll be a report coming in a year. Okay, so can I have someone move with the receive and file? Councillor Stevens, thank you. All right, no further questions, and we can call a question. Is there anyone opposed? Opposed? Mayor Masters. Okay. Good. Okay, moving forward. We are going to now consider the EX 22-87, the town's annual report. I would ask Kathy Lawrence and Doug Rogers from Terra Developments to come forward. And I understand they are not, they do not have a presentation, but they are here for questions, if anyone has any. Thank you for being here. Yes, just a minute, here we go.
Through you, Madam Chair. Ms. Lawrence and Mr. Rogers are here as our development consultants, and I'd like to introduce the report, and they would be an extension of administration if allowed.
Okay, sure. Sure, that's fine. Okay. So you go ahead and introduce the report.
Great. Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair. The purpose of this report is to provide Executive Committee with a high-level overview of the city-owned Town South land development over the past year, which was 2021, and a summary of activities planned for the current construction season. Administration is happy to answer any questions council may have, as well as I had noted, Doug and Kathy from Terra Developments are also here to answer any questions as well.
Thank you very much. So can I have someone move this report, please? Anyone? Thank you. Councillor Zakidniak. Any questions? Well, we have Doug Rogers and Kathy Lawrence here from Terra Developments on the towns. I have one. Trees. I saw in the report, and we've heard in the new areas we lack trees. And years ago, we had this one per household. Now with dense neighborhoods, it's a little tougher. You can get maybe shrubs, maybe a few. But I saw in the report that you said, is there a commitment or a ratio that you're looking at? If you can help me out just on that. Sorry, yep, go ahead. There you go. Sorry, go ahead.
Through the chair. Yes, through our builders guideline program, we do offer 1 tree per unit in the towns. So yeah, as you indicated, on the smaller lots, it does get tricky. So sometimes it is right on the property line. We do work with residents. If there's not room for tree, we will put some shrubs, but we are trying to get as many trees as possible into the development.
Great, thank you. The park that you've done there is beautiful. Residents are very excited about it. It's still under construction. What is the timing of that to finish up for the community there?
Well, had we had not rained this week, we probably would have had final inspections done. There's just a few little fix-ups, but hopefully in the next week or two, the playground will be open and the dog park will be fenced and it will be fully open for everybody.
Okay, great. Okay, Mayor Masters, go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you. Through the chair. There's some mention here that you have unsold inventory representing about 9 months worth of supply, and that healthy would be 100 for a 1-year supply. Council has received previous information about essentially an impending housing shortage. Can you comment on this at all?
Yeah, absolutely, through the chair. So the number in the report would have been as of December 31st. So those numbers have changed since then. So now our current inventory would likely be more around 30 lots. About 15 of those are serviced. About the other 15 are just finishing servicing and will be put on the market. So yeah, we do have an issue with service lots inventory availability.
What's the way forward?
Well, we need to find more lands and open them up. The phasing plan is probably the biggest thing we're up against right now in our industry.
Is work being done on that?
I might refer that to administration, but yes, I do believe the development community is having discussions with administration on that phasing plan and next steps that need to be done.
Ms. Blaisdell, do you want to add in on that?
Thank you, through you, Madam Chair. Correct, the landowners within the Southeast Neighborhood Plan have a joint application for a change of phasing for the Southeast Neighborhood lands only. So we are not asking for the whole phasing plan to be open, just the Southeast Neighborhood Plan.
You're talking to developers. I'm just curious, are you folks, are they at the table in terms of the phasing as our developer?
Ms. Blaisdell.
Through you, Madam Chair. Right now, our contract with Terra Developments is for Town South lands. We have not pursued any further contract relationships with any other development consultants for any other lands in the towns or in the Southeast Neighborhood lands, which is the town's north, just because as it currently stands, those lands are in the 300K growth range, which is phase, I believe they're phase 2 lands.
Mayor Masters?
I'm good. I'll take it offline. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Any other questions? Okay, seeing none. Thank you very much. Who moved this? Did someone move? Okay, good. Right, okay, good. So we can go to vote, can't we? No. There's no further questions. I don't see any. We can move to vote. Oh, it's a receiving file. So is there anyone opposed? Oh, okay, good. Are they on the line now? Should we just go? Okay. All right, we're going to go back here. And yeah, so we are going to go to EX 22-85. And Terry Sleva, are you on the line? Is it Starlight? Hi, can you hear us, Terry?
Yes, I can, yes.
Okay, great. If you can please introduce yourself, tell us who you represent, where you live, and you will have 5 minutes to speak to executive today. Go ahead.
All right, thank you. Good afternoon, Executive Committee and Administration. I'm Terry Sleva with the Regina Citizens Public Transit Coalition, and I'm here to address fare-free transit for students. The Fare-Free Transit Initiative is one that we need to move more forward immediately. This new implementation will help kids 13 and under arrive at their schools in a safe, dependable manner. I want to emphasize the fact that some kids have to travel long distances on foot. In our Saskatchewan winters, that can be no easy task. For example, many families live in the Argyle Park area. When those kids transition to high school, many of them will be attending Tom Collegiate, which can be a 1 to 3 kilometer walk, depending where they live. And to make that walk, they have to cross the exposed Ring Road overpass, which essentially turns into a wind tunnel. Not so bad in the nice summer weather, but in the winter it can be absolutely brutal. The majority of the school year takes place in the coldest temperatures. This is just one example of a common amount of walking distance for students in our city. Safe travel in the winter not only makes it easier for our students to attend, but it also reduces the chances of students, quote, staying at home when the weather becomes unbearable. I think you know what I mean. In addition to what this can do on a scholastic level, travel for families will be improved drastically. The cost of a family of 4, for example, a parent and 3 children, is dramatically different than what the cost is for the parents alone and the kids going under fare-free transit. This definitely has to be expanded for 19 years and under for the same reasons. Parents struggle with the cost of raising a family, enough as it is already. And with the rising gas prices, public transit is going to be more and more viable. This compounded even worse for single parents raising multiple children, which is not an uncommon scenario in today's world. Regina youth need education, and the City Council needs to provide incentives, such as free public transit, to make this as easy as possible. The fewer barriers they have on a daily basis, the easier it is for them to focus on what matters most. In certain circumstances, youth also need transportation before and after class due to sport and other commitments. If you're a parent who has a child involved with any type of extracurricular activity, you know how difficult it can be to navigate the odd hours they need to be present for. And I'm sure you've had that compete with your own work schedules. With inclusive transit, there will be options for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sleva, right on time. Does anyone have any questions for the delegation? Okay, thank you. Seeing none, thank you so much, Ms. Sleva, for speaking today. There seem to be no questions. You can hang up now.
Okay, thank you.
Thank Thank you very much. Okay, we will consider the EX 22-85, transit fare adjustments. Can I have Mr. Onright, please, open up and introduce the report? And I'll give you the microphone. There you go.
Thank you. Through you, Deputy Mayor. On May 4, 2022, Council approved the Regina Transit Master Plan, which identifies the actions and investments to be undertaken by Regina Transit over the next 25 years. The plan has many short, medium, and long-term improvements to help increase ridership and support the energy sustainability framework. Currently, Regina Transit is free for children under 5. The Transit Master Plan recommends having free transit for children aged 12 and under when with a fare-paying adult. Administration recommends changing the age to 13 and under so it captures all elementary students and is a more encompassing representation of the group that would go to grade 8. In the analysis of the Regina Transit Master Plan, it was revealed that having children pay for the use of the bus is a disincentive for families to take transit, as those with multiple children found it economically challenging and unfeasible. In this report, administration suggests that removing the fares for 13 and under will assist with those financial barriers and help increase transportation options in the community. The impact to revenues is very little. I would say around $2,000 annually, and this would be absorbed by the current forecasts in transit moving forward. Also included in the report are the options pertaining to extending free transit service to high school students and the potential costs involved. Administration was asked to include in the report outlining potential free fares for seniors, the costs associated, and the impact to operations. Senior fares in Regina are one of the lowest when compared to other Canadian cities. And I will point out these last two items that I spoke about both have financial implications to them, and the recommendation from administration, because these are not in any of our budgets, that these would come forward as a discussion for the 2023-2024 budget conversation. And additional items in the report include amending paratransit's charter rates and titles change to the discount program to allow the province to add, remove, and change names of eligible programs without having to go through the formal approval to council. The changes would be made in the transit fare bylaw. So just regarding the paratransit charter rates, I will point out this is a pass-through increase which comes out of the charter or out of the contract that paratransit has with our third-party deliverer, and that is just an annual increase that is in that contract. Joining me today is Nathan Looning, Manager of Transit Administration, and Lynette Griffin, Manager of Paratransit and Revenue Services. Be more than happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Onright. Council, we did have another delegation, but she could not get on the line, but she is there now. So I'm going to allow her to, she's waited there. So Patricia, are you there? Hello, Patricia?
Hello.
Oh, great.
Hi.
Okay, great, we can hear you. So if you just state your name, if you're representing anyone, where you live, and you have 5 minutes to speak to executive. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. My name is Patricia Delori, and I live in Harbour Landing, Regina. I'm not representing anyone specifically, but I work as a counselor/LRT in Regina. I wanted to address the executive on the following matter. In my role as a guidance counselor in LRT, I have many roles to fulfill, and one of my roles is transitioning students and families from the elementary school to the high school. And what I've been noticing in my past 5 years, moved approximately 5 years ago from Nova Scotia, is that families and students, after we impress upon them how important it is to get their children to school and let us do the rest, if they're not there, we can't teach them. Once they move on from grade 8 to grade 9, many of these families are now not able to afford to send their children by bus to the high schools. I do realize there are services out there, families who are receiving social assistance may be able to get assistance that way. I do know that there's subsidies for working parents if they meet the guidelines. If they're on income support or on that line, they can get some reduction in prices. But I've worked with many, many families who are working 2 and 3 jobs, either living in impoverished neighborhoods or coming from another country or working those jobs and are just above that level and are not able to get assistance and are not able to afford to put their children on buses. Many of them may have one vehicle, if they do have one vehicle, or taking transit themselves. So I see it as a huge barrier for our children and families. And I do realize that recently there's been a change or an upcoming change for children, I believe it is 12 and under, to go on transit free of charge with their parents. But I really see a need for this. And I know I'm in a different province, in a different city, but in Nova Scotia, all of our children are provided transportation to go to school from grade primary up to grade 12. So I'm just wondering if there's any way that this could be extended, even if it was extended for a year or so, to get children up to the high school, even if there were specific hours put in place so they wouldn't be using the transit like at all hours. So that's just my plea, and I hope it's considered because, again, in my role and many others that are in my role see this as a huge barrier for children. Thank you so much for taking time to hear me.
Thank you very much, Patricia, for that. I will see if anyone has any questions. Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. So, Councillor Stevens, go ahead.
No, sorry, it was for the.
Oh, right. Okay, good. Sorry. Put your name back in there. Okay, seeing no questions for the delegation. Patricia, you were very clear. Thank you for speaking today to Executive, and you can hang up now.
Thank you very much. Have a nice day. Bye-bye.
Thanks. Okay, so if I can have someone move the report. Thank you, Councillor Stevens. All right, so Councillor Stevens, you were first, so you go ahead.
Thank you. So as the mover, I'm going to add as a second item, option 1A as well, free transit for high school students. First line of questioning for administration regarding paratransit. I understand this is cost recovery. It is cost recovery often on the shoulders of community-based organizations that facilitate a lot of this travel. Some of these organizations are on shoestring budgets. I was wondering if you could talk about the balance of interests here. Is it really worth increasing cost to those organizations to enable them to use these paratransit rates and service?
Through you, Deputy Mayor, I'll ask Ms. Griffin to provide comment.
Through you, Deputy Mayor, paratransit charter rates are not intended to make any money. They're cost neutral, simply cost recovery. And as you are aware, with every other service, gas and everything, costs are going up and our contract rates have increased. And so we're simply seeking a rate that is cost recovered. Now we do have the paratransit recreation program that is providing subsidized and reduced charter rates for recreation programming. And I would say most of the requests that we get for charters relates to recreational programming. And so under that program, those rates are reduced by half to 50% of the cost, so that some of those barriers are taken away for individuals. So that's sort of our perspective on the paratransit charter rates.
Thank you. If I could ask a follow-up through the chair. I'm sorry I missed this in the report. But if we kept the paratransit rates frozen, what would be the overall cost? In other words, we would just chew up through the budgeting process the difference. What would that number be?
Annette? Go ahead.
Through you, Deputy Mayor. It would be very minimal. We actually do very, very few charters. So it would be in the neighborhood of $1,000 to $2,000, and that could be absorbed within the administration's budget.
Thank you. I'm going to ask the chair that when we vote on this, that we vote on that paratransit item separately. With regards to the addition, I think, the transit master plan, the transit master plan, the sustainability initiatives, I think all of them speak to the value of as much fare free as possible. There are other municipalities mentioned in the report and elsewhere that speak to the value in building a generation of riders when it comes to accessible transit. It works. We know this. We've heard it many times. I think this, and I would ask administration to correct me if I'm wrong, but if we assume that a family has to pay for a monthly pass for their kid to get to school, it's about $640 a school year. You multiply that by X number of kids. This is a real way that the city can address affordability for families. That's not an insignificant amount of money. Some other simple math would suggest that, let's say this is translated into a mill rate. The mill rate increase would be less than the cost of the pass itself. So I would argue that there's actually a net savings for a family. A lot of averages here. Final comment is, we started today talking about, I'd say about $300 to $350 million in recreation amenities and capital investment. I think we can also have the same conversation about ensuring that transit is affordable. I think there's a lot of evidence coming from the school board that this is actually a serious barrier. I hear it all the time from organizations in North Central. I think this can make a meaningful difference in the community, in addition to meeting a lot of other objectives that we've set to advance. So I'll leave it at that. I think this would actually be a huge handout to the community, net savings for family, and I see no reason why we could not talk about this in a meaningful way at the budgeting process. I think the evidence really points to this kind of service delivery option.
Thank you, Councillor Stevens. So just so council is clear, Councillor Stevens moved the report, but he also added in option 1A, which is in the report, and that's, again, as he indicated, the free transit for high school students. And I'm going to ask that we may vote on that separately, as well as number 2, voting on that separately as well. Okay, so just to clarify, when Councillor Stevens, just so we're aware, he moved the report, he moved all of them from recommendations from 1 to 5, but he also added in option 1A was the free transit for high school students. But what I've asked is that he asked that we vote on the revised paratransit charter in Appendix A separately, but I'm also asking that we vote on the option 1A separately as well. So just to be clear. Okay, and I have speakers in line. Councillor Stadnicek, you are next. Go ahead.
Thank you. So I have a number of questions that are related to transit costs for high school students. So through the chair, there was mention of the City of Kingston program, and it's funded by 3 parties: the school boards, the municipality, and the provincial government through their gas tax program. When we discussed the transit master plan, we had 2 public school trustees speak in favor of fare-free transit for high school students. Have there been any discussions I know that there's a liaison committee, have there been any discussions at all with the school board in terms of whether or not there would be any funding coming from the school boards in order to participate in this, through the chair?
Go ahead, Mr. Onright.
Through you, Deputy Mayor. There have been a number of discussions. These have been ongoing, I would say, over the past 2 years. So the last discussion we had, we did share with the school boards the cost of the program, which is approximately $1.9 million. At this time, we have no indication that the school boards would be contributing any money to the program.
Sure, Mayor Masters, go ahead if you'd like to add.
Sorry, there was some discussion about the school boards going back and doing some work in terms of targeting areas that could most benefit, so that we could get those numbers back to administration for costing on what it might be for targeting certain schools where that might be the most significant barrier, meaning that acknowledgement that it doesn't need to be blanketed, it could be targeted based upon the fact that there's other, in every other city, I believe, there's contributions coming in from somewhere else. And so just trying to continue moving the dialogue forward. But there was no agreement in terms of, based upon the costing, no agreement in terms of this particular issue.
So follow up through the chair, have there been any discussions with the provincial government who basically funds the school divisions and
Mr. Onrait, go ahead.
Through you, Deputy Mayor, not through administration.
Okay.
And the indication from the school boards, as the mayor has indicated, is that they would take the work that the mayor just talked about, they were going to take that away, and I believe have a discussion with the ministry about what that may look like.
Okay, thank you so much for that, because it's clear from even the delegation speaking that today that it would contribute, to better, what is the term called for when you attend school? Your attendance rates, for better attendance rates for high school students, especially, certain neighborhoods, but also, as Councillor Stevens said, help families out a lot. Another question I have regarding possible revenue, alternative revenue, is the City of Victoria implemented parking fees for on-street parking on Sundays and directed this revenue to cover some of the costs of their program. So I know that we do offer free, 2-hour parking on Saturday and Sundays. Has there been any thought of either an option like that or any other alternative revenues that could help support this?
Through you, Deputy Mayor, there has not to date. I think depending on the decision from committee and council moving forward, those would be some of the discussions we would have as to what alternative funding may look like for this program.
Okay, thank you. And my last question through the chair is just, it's been acknowledged that the youth fares are fairly high. I did notice that the City of Victoria, I guess they have the Greater Victoria and then the City of Victoria proper, but one of those entities charges $45 a month for seniors and $45 a month for youth. There been any thought of even reducing the cost of youth transit fares, perhaps similar to what the senior transit pass is? And would there be significant cost to that or operational demands if something like that happened? Through the chair.
Through you, Deputy Mayor. So if you reduce the cost from, as an example, $64 to $30 for a youth fare, the impact would be $856,000 annually. And this would include $550,000 in lost revenue or foregone revenue and $300,000 in operations. So there would be no requirement for capital investment on this program, but there would be a need for additional service. The capital equipment would be optimized within the current transit fleet.
Okay. Those are all the questions I have, and I do support moving towards fare-free transit for high school students. I think it's really important on a number of fronts, from an environmental perspective, helping our youth get around the city, creating an ability to use the transit system. So I'm in full support of that.
Thank you very much. Councillor Shaw. Now, we do have a mandatory break at 3 o'clock. Do you have a lot of questions or? It's mandatory. We have 1 minute. What is it? It's 3 o'clock actually. Okay, we will take a break now for 15 minutes. We'll be back at 3:15. Councillor Shaw, is she in here? There she is. Okay. Okay, Councillor Shaw, you're next. Go ahead.
Am I? Oh. So first question, I'm just having a hard time understanding this. It's 13 and under accompanied with an adult. So my worry about that is I don't think the adult's going to be able to go to school with them. If this is the main objective here is to get these kids to school, why do we have to say that they're accompanied with an adult? Is there a legality behind that, through the chair?
Mr. Onright, go ahead.
Through you, Mayor Masters. So elementary school kids are bused by the school boards.
Okay.
So the intent of this is you have a family of four, you have two adults, two kids, they want to go to a leisure center, they want to go downtown, they want to go to a shopping mall. And the work that we did in checking with other jurisdictions, promoting under 13 to ride alone is not something other jurisdictions do, as there are concerns around that. So that's why it is the way it is here.
Okay, sorry, I thought maybe some of the children didn't get bused to school and that was where we're trying to, I understand now. Thank you very much. You know what, that's all the questions I have. Thanks.
Councillor Zakiniak, go ahead.
Okay. I'll start just as a follow-up on that. I do understand why younger children would need parental supervision. I'm not sure, though, that a 13-year-old, potentially a 12-year-old, but I think that many 13-year-olds would be capable of riding the bus on their own. You said that is it the case that every other jurisdiction required 13-year-olds to have to have a parent with them?
Through you, Deputy Mayor, I'll ask Mr. Looning to comment as he was involved in the jurisdictional review.
Through you, Deputy Mayor. When we looked at other jurisdictions, the majority of them did require a fare-paying adult with them, but there were a few that did not have a requirement to have that.
Okay, I'm going to give that some further thought in this next week. Like I said, I think for sure for someone who's 13, I think that most of them would potentially be capable of riding transit on their own. I actually, before I go any further, I have a question for the mover of the motion, Councillor Stevens. I would like to request that you withdraw option 1A, fare-free transit for youth under 18, as part of the main motion, and that we consider it as an amendment instead. Would you be open to that?
No, I just need to know a rationale. So it's already part of that. It's going to be voted on as a standalone item. I mean, why? It's provided. I just need to know why.
So I support your amendment. I also have another potential amendment, but I would like for your amendment to be considered prior to considering whether to move mine.
We can do that in the normal course of debating this report.
Well, because yours is part of the main motion, if it fails, I don't believe I'd have the ability to move an amendment. I don't.
It's the chair's discretion if they so choose. They could put another item on there for discussion, or it can be raised at council when this report comes back.
Can I ask the city clerk just to chime in for clarity?
Through you, Deputy Mayor, my understanding, in accordance with the procedure bylaw, because that's been moved as the main motion, yes, council can separate out the items to vote on them, but at that time, discussion has ceased and you're voting on the items individually, which would not allow a member at that time to then bring an additional amendment.
As Councillor Stevens has also indicated, though, it could be at the next council meeting, because this is going to council, that she could bring another motion. Is that accurate? Another amendment. Is that correct?
Through you, Deputy Mayor, yes, sorry, that's correct.
Okay. So Councillor Stevens, what is your response to her request?
Well, just the same. I mean, I don't have any reason to withdraw it. And again, we can still proceed with different options, and it can certainly go to council, and that matter can be raised there.
Okay.
Okay, what I'm gonna have to do then, I'll give this some more thought, and then I will just potentially raise my hand again. Thank you.
Councillor Hawkins, go ahead.
Thank you very much. 1A involves an expenditure of $1.9 million. In that, it competes with all of the other future expenditures that we're going to consider during the budget. For that reason, I'm going to move that 1A, move a referral motion that option 1A be referred to the budget process.
So we have a referral motion, there's no debate, so that would just go to a vote. Good job, Janice.
You fucking.
Right, sorry. Sure. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
For you, Deputy Mayor, the motion to refer option 1A to the budget process has carried 6-3. The following members voting in favor as follows: Councillors Hawkins, Shaw, Mayor Masters, Councillors Bresciani, Mancinelli, and Fendura, and the following voting against are Councillors Zakidniak, Stadnichuk, and Stevens.
Thank you. Councillor Hawkins, are you finished? Thank you. Councillor Zakidniak?
Okay, I feel like I'm on a roller coaster right now. So now I have my amendment. Even though I voted against referring this to the budget process, I do have a different amendment, which I have sent. Actually, before that, we don't need to put it up there yet. I do have some questions. So at the City Council School Board liaison meeting, there was discussion of a pilot project, and the school boards were supportive of this. I believe that some work has been done. It wasn't in the report, so I'm just looking for some information about what has happened with exploring a potential pilot project. If you can give some information to us about that.
Mr. Onrait?
Feel free. Well, they'll tell you. I don't.
Through you, Deputy Mayor. So there was discussion at the liaison meeting. There is a cost to the pilot project of about $90,000. That would be $65,000 in foregone revenue or lost revenue, and an additional addition to the service at $24,000. There would be no capital required. And again, transit would not be able to hold this within the current budget due to the amount of money.
So are you saying we wouldn't be able to, okay, so 65,000 is revenue. It's, okay, so what is the actual cost of the pilot project? Like, not of the foregone revenue, how much, what would it actually cost us to do a pilot project?
$24,000.
20, sorry, say that again?
$24,000, and it would be recommended. This would not start until January of 2023.
Okay.
If approved.
And so this 20.
Madam Chair, on a procedural point, I don't know what the pilot project is. Nobody said.
Right.
What's the pilot project? What is it?
So,
Mr. Onrait, if you can, Chair.
Through Deputy Mayor, I'll get Mr. Looning to talk about what was discussed at the liaison meeting, what that would look like.
Okay, Mr. Looning.
Through you, Deputy Mayor. After that meeting with the school board and city council, we did have discussions with the school board on a potential pilot program and what that would look like. In the discussions, it was discussed that we could potentially look at providing free service for one school in each school board for one grade, so grade 9s. And this could be done over a 6-month period. The intent would be to see travel patterns, see if any of those would change with a free pass. Again, nothing was committed to at this point with the school boards. And in the report, it was decided to bring forth more information on an actual full-blown program as we have seen them successful in other communities. So that is why it's not included in the report.
Madam Chair, on a procedural point, this is not part of the motion before the before council. I don't think it's in order.
It's an amendment. It's not uncommon for us to have amendments that are not included in the body of a report.
So I'll just ask the city clerk. Go ahead.
Through you, Deputy Mayor, given that this report has to do with respect to the adjustments to ridership fares, I do believe that her amendment is in order.
I need a ruling from the chair.
Councillor Hawkins.
I need a ruling from the chair.
Okay, so just to be clear, and I need clarity, it was a discussion recently that a pilot project was going to take place. Again, I think this is out of the realm of the report today. I think that if you want to bring a separate motion, I think that would be something different. And I think if it's already at the discussion level, I think administration are already working on it. I don't think right now we're looking at the process here of looking at school age. Now we're looking at a different thing of a pilot. I think it strays from the report.
We just heard from the clerk that, so we have two different rulings.
No, Madam Chair, we have one ruling. It's your ruling. You can challenge her ruling if you like, but it's her ruling.
Okay, well, I guess that's what I'm going to do. I'll challenge the ruling of the chair. I do Actually, it's my understanding that initially that there was the possibility of the pilot project being included in the report. It's
Well,
not.
Madam Chair, the challenge is not debatable. We need to vote on it.
Okay, also the question.
It's actually in the report. Administration has it in there, so it's perfectly in order because it's actually written in the
Okay, Councillor Stevens, settle down. I'd like to ask administration, is it in the report? Is it referenced in the report? Go ahead, Mr.
Through you,
Henry.
Deputy Chair, I'm going to ask Mr. Looning. He'll just walk through the process they have undertaken on the pilot project.
Sorry, before we do that, I just want to know, is this pilot project referenced in this report? I don't want an elaboration of what the pilot is. I just want to know, is it referenced in the report?
The actual pilot project is not referenced in the.
Do you see it in there? No.
So can I have Mr. Looning? Go ahead.
I'll walk through the, through you, Deputy Mayor, I'll walk through the options in the report, just so we're all on the same page and know what's there. So option 1A was a description of if we implemented free fares for high school students all at once, and detailed the costs and what would need to happen with that. Option 1B is similar to 1A, except it's rolled out slowly over 4 years. So it would start with grade 9s and grade 10s, and over a process of 4 years, therefore spreading out the costs of that program. That is not referred as a pilot program in the report. The pilot itself that I described previously is not contained within this report.
Thank you for that clarity. So it's not in the report, so we will, you're still challenging then?
I am,
Councillor Zaginian?
because
Okay.
in my opinion, it is the version of option 1B.
Okay, that's fine. We'll go to, if we can just go to vote, please.
So for clarity, if you support the ruling of the chair, you vote yes.
Yes. Councillor Zakiniak is challenging the rule that the pilot project is in the report. We're saying, I am saying, and I've heard from administration, it is not in the report. So the point is that it's out of order. So if it's out of order, so if we, if you agree that it's out of order, you will vote yes.
It is very straightforward. They're complicated.
And good job to the staff. Yeah. Sorry, is that unclear? Well. Okay, the vote is up. So if you are voting with Councillor Zakiniak to support what she's saying, it'd be a no. If you're agreeing with the chair and the ruling that's out of order, on my I'm saying it's a yes, so that's how you would vote for clarity. Yeah, change it to no.
Through you, Deputy Mayor, the chair's ruling carries with 5 voting in favor and 4 voting against. Following voting in favor as follows: Councillors Hawkins, Shaw, Mayor Masters, Councillors Bresciani and Fundura, and those voting against are Councillors Zakidniak, Stadnichuk, Mancinelli, and Stevens.
Councillor Zakidniak, anything further? Okay, go ahead.
Let's see here. So we received a petition from 160 students who wanted us to consider fare-free transit for youth 18 years of age and under. Today, what I've seen is people putting up obstacles to even discussing that idea. I'm very disappointed in that. I don't know why people feel threatened about even having a discussion about something. And the demonstration of a lack of desire to engage with students is that's what we're communicating right now to the students. So I will say that administration, there has been some work done on a pilot project. I would love for you all to hear about it, but that's not possible now. Aside from this petition, we've heard throughout the entire process of the Transit Master Plan, the Energy and Sustainability Framework, multiple calls for fare-free transit. And we're not even willing to have that discussion. I'm not sure what else to say.
In fairness, we will have the discussion as part of our budget process.
Yeah.
I do have some more.
Go ahead. Yeah.
We won't be having that discussion about this pilot project because that has now been ruled
Okay.
as out of order.
Yeah, so just to clarify, Councillor Zakidniak is asking, when will this be coming forward for this pilot project? Do we know a timing, or is there any? Nothing? Okay, sorry. Go ahead. Just
Through you, Deputy Mayor, there will be nothing coming forward now. We have done some work, but we're awaiting the decision on the report. As Councillor Hawkins has indicated, there will be a discussion on free transit for 18 and under at budget time, which is what Council has already voted on. So there will be a discussion coming forward.
Thank you very much. Okay, Councillor Shaw. Oh, sorry. Councillor Zakidniak, are you finished? Okay. Councillor Shaw.
Thank you. Just to get some clarification, I know this is getting really heated, and I believe that no child should have a barrier to get them to school. When we discussed it at the school board liaison meeting, the school board was going to go do some work as to see what they could do. So they'll come back to us, and that'll be included in the budget talk. Is that correct, Mr. Arnott? Through the chair, sorry.
Through you, Deputy Mayor, now that there's been a decision made to move this piece forward to the budget process, we will reach out to the school boards and ask them for the information they were asked to gather, and we will include that. We will have that information at time of budget.
Right, so at budget time, we will have a full view of exactly what all was done and then be able to make a decision based on everything is what I'm hearing, is that?
Through you, Deputy Mayor, that is correct, and we will be looking at what contributions may be coming from the school boards. So we'll have that information at budget time.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Seeing nothing, no further. I want to thank administration. I just will make my own comments. I think it's imperative that the school division is at the table with some funding. I think that's vitally important as we move forward. So that will be part of the next discussions, and we will hear that. So I think that's important. So it does not end here. There will be continued discussions. So I will ask the clerk to call the vote. Oh, right, that's right. Okay, hang on, sorry, yeah. Hang on here. Okay, so we are going to vote on 1, 3, 4, and 5. And then we're going to vote on number 2 separately. So the number 2 is the one with the approve the revised paratransit charter rates. That will be voted on separately. So is just to the clerk, we're going to be voting on recommendation 1, 3, 4, and 5, right? Yeah, first.
Through you, Deputy Mayor, the vote on items 1, 3, 4, and 5 carries 9-0 with all members present voting in favor.
Okay, and we will now vote on number 2. And that's the approve the revised paratransit charter rates in Appendix A.
Through you, Deputy Mayor, the motion carries 5-4 with the following voting in favor as follows. Councillors Hawkins, Shaw, Mayor Masters, Councillors Mancinelli and Findura, and those voting against are Councillors Zakidniak, Stadnichuk, Bresciani, and Stevens.
Great, thank you for that. So can I have someone table, and that would be 2 reports. That would be the EX 22-84, Community Wellness, as well as the Whistleblower EX 22-78, and EX 22-88, intensification. Councillor Zakidniak, thank you. And can I have a mover for private resolution? Private session, thank you. Council Stadnichuk. Okay, so we will take a 10-minute. We'll be back here at 5:02.